Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you're watching us. Welcome to the Tower at UNN. As always, my names are Desire Nakawuka, and we're glad to have you here with us today. I have three guests in the studio here with me, and I cannot wait to get into our topic of today. But before we do that, as we all know, it has become tradition here. The first thing we're gonna do is listen to our national anthem before we go any further.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Oh, Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and with neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship will be.
Welcome back to the Tower at UNN. We thank God and the Most High who has managed to keep us safe and bring us back with continuity to be able to deliver this show. At this moment in time, I would like to introduce uh, my guests for today's show. Today, we're going to be talking about, of course, the crimes against humanity that have been taking place in Uganda, but more specifically, that have more to do with not only the illegal but also the rampant and violent land evictions that have occurred time in and time again, the land grabbing and the disenfranchisement of Ugandans within this presidency or this military occupation as it stands. Without further ado, I would like to introduce my guests. First is Professor Nelson Lugemwa, who will be here with us today. And then we also have Dr. MubiruMusoke, and as always, my co-host, Senior Remegius Kintu. Welcome to the Tower at UNN.
Thank you.
And at this moment, we will also, within tradition, before the guests uh, go ahead and send their greetings to our audience. First, we would have Professor Nelson Lugemwa give his greetings to the audience.
Hello, fellow Ugandans. Greetings to you all. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we are happy to have you. And I'm very happy to be on this show today.
Thank you. Uh, then we will have Dr. MubiruMusoke also send his regards to our audience today.
Thank you very much. Very, very excited to be invited to participate in this debate, touching on a very important issue, and therefore, I hope I can make a contribution to on that topic, on that subject, which is very controversial right now, evicting people from land. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we will have Senior Remegius to also bid his greeting.
Thank you, Desire. Greetings to all my fellow Ugandans and all those friends of Uganda who are watching and listening to us. It's a great honor for me to be on this panel among these landy gentlemen to contribute a little that I can with respect to the problems of land eviction in Uganda, which, by the way, is not a new problem to the Africans. I hope, as someone said before, that we may be the first success story in Uganda to reverse this phenomena or this crime of land eviction from the indigenous people of our country. I welcome you and your contribution in asking questions about whatever is going to be presented in this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And well, as it is also in tradition, I'm honored with my guest panel today and cannot wait for us to get into today's discussion. But before we do that, as it is tradition, we do play a state anthem. And today we're going to play the Buganda state anthem. And this is also to honor and commemorate what just took place, which is the annual Kabaka's Run, which happened today on the 3rd of July. So we will listen to Uganda's state anthem and then continue with our show from there. Welcome back from that. Just a couple of reminders. As you know, we're changing from UNN Live to UNN TV, so watch out for that, as that will be going on our socials and on our socials as they would be changing. And since today has been the marathon or the Kabaka's Run, we wanted to talk a little bit about what went on today. How did the run go before we get into our main topic? So the Kabaka flagged over 80,000 people for his birthday run for this year. As we all know, it always happens earlier on in the year, but this is one of the years where it didn't. It was actually cancelled so that the militant's son, Mohozi, could have his birthday party. So it didn't happen as it regularly does and was pushed further down to now July. So over 80,000 runners were flagged off by the Kabaka, by His Majesty Ronald Mwenda Mutebi, and this was sponsored by uh, different companies such as Airtel, DFCU, the bank, and this is a current picture of how the Kabaka looks like. Uh, Even amongst other people, amongst the Katikiro, amongst the Nabagereka, this is how he physically is standing. And we wanted to bring these pictures here and present them. This is the amount of people who came out to celebrate, commemorate the Kabaka's birthday and the continuation of the Kabaka's life in, of course, a marathon, and the stadiums were packed. So I want to invite one by one my guests to speak on what this represents going forward. What is happening with, first of all, 80,000 people attending uh, an event of this caliber versus how many people we manage to get together when it comes to not only discussing what we need to do to get rid of the. Actually, the first question I would like to pose is, how is something of this caliber and volume happening in a military occupation? Are we forgetting that such an event in it of itself is happening in a country whereby we have military being occupied, freedoms of sorts do not exist? What does it say? Where does Buganda stand in in the nation itself? Does Buganda even exist anymore? And are these just events we run every year? And then lastly, my last question would be the physical appearance of the Kabaka himself amongst other people. What could be going on behind closed doors that many of us do not know of or haven't paid attention to and has accumulated over years? So I'd like to start with Professor Lugemwa.
Thank you very much. Of course, Uganda, we don't have liberty, we don't have freedom, and as such, it's very, very complicated to just make conclusions about certain issues. You are talking, first of all, the picture of Magulu Nyondo, Kabaka Ronald Mwenda Mutebi. That's one picture that, to me, it looks different. You have two shots, one of them when he's all by himself, and then you have another one whereby he is standing in line with his wife, Nabagereka, the queen, the Katikiro, and some other people. Again, when you analyze that photograph, the appearance of the Kabaka is different from the rest of the people who are there. I think that's all I can say. Why is it different? I don't know. But to any person, definitely there is a big difference between his appearance and the appearance of the other people present. When we talk about the number of people who attended the run today or yesterday, that is quite significant. Indeed, it can take place in a militarized state because it was planned It was arranged. There is security. It's cultural. People are not allowed to go out of line. And most importantly, the Baganda, even non-Baganda who reside in Uganda, they love their Kabaka. There is a lot of pride. So that is easy. It's cultural. People gravitate to their culture, to their tradition. They don't have to be pushed. When it comes to heavy lifting, then people have to step back and think about the consequences. Right now, they don't think about that. It's all about, we love our Kabaka, let's go and do it. There is security, and off they marched. So that's all I can say about those pictures that you have shown us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to pose a similar line of questioning to Dr. MubiruMusoke.
Thank you very much. I'm not familiar with the picture you are talking about, but I can talk about the politics of the issues involved. As you know, uh, the institution of the Kabakaship was restored, and it's in the constitution as a cultural institution. However, the politics, Museveni's politics, is incompatible with recognizing the status and prestige of the Kabakaship. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because the Bulgaria riots are one example. Kabaka's liberty is his counties. The county of Bulgaria was forbidden by the government, by Museveni to be specific, not even by the government, but by the individual Museveni. And as a result, the people were annoyed, they were unhappy about that. The cultural institution is recognized under the laws of Uganda, but Museveni, being a very, very, very politically insecure leader, he cannot permit any other leader to enjoy their own rights and liberty. That is, the Kabaka is like, when it comes to human rights, is like any other individual. He is entitled under the Constitution to freedom and to liberty, to live a secure life. However, that is incompatible and inconceivable from Museveni's point of view. He wants, as a matter of fact, if he could, like Obote, he would abolish the Kabakaship. But when he went to the bush, he went out of his way to ensure that the Kabaka went to the front line during the war. Why? Because he needed his support. But afterwards, he, I think, perceived the love the Kabaka has among his people, the reputation he has, and all the others, as if they were overshadowing his presidency and his love for power. And I'm saying this because we have enough evidence The Bugerere riots did not just it. They were the result of prohibiting the Kabaka from visiting his own people in one of his counties. Not only that, we are aware and we all know that Museveni has recognized the Sabanyara as a leader in his area. That's inconsistent with the idea that of the kingdom, the institutions of the kingdom of Buganda. So he does everything to undermine our cultural norms, our cultural institutions, on the pretense that the Kabaka or any other traditional leader cannot and should not be involved in politics. Well, that's weird to me. If the Constitution protects the rights of every individual, you cannot tell me that those rights are not applicable to the Kabaka or the traditions, wherever they may be. They may be a Morimo in Iteso, or it may be in Lang or whatever. But in any case, to sum up my brief reaction to your question, I'm trying to say that the tradition institutions, Obote tried to not just now to abolish, because for him, republicanism was incompatible with democracy. With his short sight, his little knowledge of world affairs and the institutions in the world, because there is a monarchy in the United Kingdom and in China, in Japan. These two countries are democratic. The institution of the Kabakaship or the kingship in Britain and imperial power in Japan, they are not incompatible with the democracy. In fact, they are the foundation of these other countries of Britain and so. Without wasting more time on this particular issue, my point is that when you have a dictator, he is uncomfortable with the other leaders, the presence and their prestige and their rights, and that is inconsistent with the provisions of the constitution, which Museveni himself signed. So I'll stop here and I'll come back if anybody raises some questions. I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Good point on the contradictions that do exist and have existed in this kind of systemic republican kind of unitary rule, in conjunction with, of course, all the Kabaka ships that exist, not only Uganda's, but that stretch on to Bunyoro, and how all other ethnic groups in Uganda have decided to organize themselves. Senior Senior Kintu, I would like to ask the same question, but for your case, I want to add on what the producer had flashed on the screen. Back in 2009, when the Kabaka had raised alarm bells for the change, how his guards had been changed, into new gods, because this is also something we had to talk about. So Kabaka was protesting the change of gods, where gods that he was familiar with and comfortable with were changed without, his bodyguards were withdrawn and changed without only question. He wasn't told that this would happen. This happened abruptly, and he was given gods that he did not personally choose. And the government still has, again, pointing to this idea that he does have human right. He has personal freedoms that are continuously violated by the the government, almost seven per se.
Yeah.
Well, in the first place,
Mm.
it is very problematic to talk about the conditions of the Kabaka's health or how he looks like. It reminds me of what we read many years ago in school, that it took a young kid to say, "Daddy, the emperor is naked." Not many people are willing to stand up amidst this brutal dictatorship to sound the alarm that something is wrong with the Kabaka's health. At the same time, I have to understand, or rather to recognize, the conditions our people live in under this brutal dictatorship of occupation by non-Ugandans. That oftentimes such a brutal dictators will give you a certain space in which you can blow off your steam, as long as the steam is not going to disturb or destabilize the status quo, which is their power base. It doesn't surprise me that the people of Uganda, and Buganda in particular, could be diverted into issues that have no consequence or are not responsive to the conditions the very same people are living in. I have nothing against celebrating the Kabaka's birthday with any form of celebration, but at the same time, I ask myself, when so many people in Buganda in particular, and Uganda in general, are being picked up by these so-called, I don't want to call them security forces because they don't even know the word security, these killer squads, and people are being evicted from their land, people are being killed daily, people are being imprisoned daily, and you do not see any mobilization similar to this in the defense of their lives and their territory and their country. That leaves me wondering. Now, you mentioned that the Kabaka complained about the change of guards. As my good friend, Professor Dr. MubiruMusoke said, when you have a king or a monarchy, as we do, it is founded on tradition, culture, and even etiquette, or rather, our natural law as Baganda. Those traditions have to be maintained. You cannot disregard the traditions of our people and twist them around to fit what you, as a ruler or as a dictator, wants. In our tradition, the Kabaka is never guarded by government military officers. The Kabaka is guarded by Abagalagala, his own traditional guards. We know very well that even the chauffeur of Kabaka has to be a member of the Mbogo clan. Now, the chauffeur, I'm not too sure about this, but some of you guys who are closer to Mengo can tell me. When I see a military soldier guarding the Kabaka or driving the Kabaka's limousine, I ask myself, where is our tradition? These are things which have been trampled upon, and we cannot compromise. There should be no compromise on these particular issues. There should be no compromise that anybody, I think in our clans, we have people who are by clan who must be the Bagalagala next to the Kabaka. But I have seen some pictures of those soldiers who are not even Baganda, for that matter. So, do we really have the Kabaka ship according to our tradition and the culture? That's a big question for everybody to ask. Where did we go wrong? Where did we compromise foolishly? Because this kind of compromise was not based on intelligent thinking. No, it was foolish. So, again, as I said, sometimes it becomes very problematic until we find a little kid who can stand up and say, the emperor is naked, and put the truth out. We as Baganda have a job to do, not only to rescue our country, but also to rescue our culture and the traditions. And that includes rescuing our Kabaka and the Kabakaship as an institution. Thank you.
That what has been brought to the discussion, it raises and really gives us a foundation for today's topic. There is a very huge contradiction with the governance that we got coming 1986. What was promised, what has occurred, and what still republicanism or unitary rule promises to give to Ugandans. Because even though we change of parts, these contradictions are still going to exist because of the nature that is Uganda and how Uganda was formulated by combining different ethnic groups into one state. So, in today's topic, we're going to be looking within the same lines but more in depth and with focus on land. We're going to look at not only the crimes against humanity that have been committed, but also and this is the rampant evictions, the genocides that have been set off in Uganda with total impunity to evict people from their land or their ancestral land, and in some cases thrown into concentration camps, in other cases displaced and rushed into the metropolis. And this has happened continuously. So before we get into this, I would like our producer to play, because we're going to look at the multiple massacres that have been perpetrated by this regime, and we'll only watch a video of one. So I would like the producer to go ahead and play that video, uh, and then we will go through these one by one, and I'll speak about one, and then we'll have our guests speak about two each, and then we will take on the show from there. If the producer can please play the video for today's show. Oh, So, in that regard, I will talk about what happened with the war that this regime set on the people of Acholi. We all know that in the early 2000s, uh, there was war up in Acholi state, and in that war, a lot of people were evicted from their lands. Cattle was rustled away. That has not yet been accounted for. People were chased from their lands. There was starvation. People were thrown into concentration camps, and all of this was blamed on Connie. But when you look at it specifically, many people actually died not because of the government versus Connie. Many people died because they were evicted from their lands and thrown into concentration camps, whereby in these concentration camps the conditions were unbearable. The sanitization was very poor, and many people ended up dying because of that. So, with that being said, at this moment, I would like to invite Senior Chintu to talk about the Luero Triangle massacres, because that's also one that we need to give a brief introduction to our audience about, and the Mukura massacre, which happened on the 11th of July in 1989, and this was right after Museveni had come into presidency.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a wide area of study to understand, if I could borrow the word, the evilness of Museveni's regime. First, we had the war of removing Idi Amin, run by the Tanzanian military. They marched through from Chaka, through Mutukula, through my home area of Kyotera, all the way to Masaka, and all the way to Kampala. How many civilians did they butcher as they were marching through that part of Buganda? You are going to find that there was no such a thing as butchering the civilian population. We had UFM and the FEDEM launched a military campaign against Obote's regime during the same time NRA was fighting to remove Obote. UFM and the FEDEM operated also basically in Buganda, in areas of Busiro, Chadondo, Jagwe, wherever. Did they butcher the civilian population? Hell no. There is no record of wiping out entire villages or even innocent people in the villages. No. Yet, Museveni monopolized the fighting in what now he calls the Luero Triangle. And as we know, in that corridor, over 500,000 civilians were killed. Why? We know very well that when Museveni was participating in the Tanzanian war, he took the corridor of Ankole to enter Uganda. And we have record of his mass killing of especially Muslim population. He literally wiped out the Muslim population in Ankole. So that tells us that this man and his team of Rwandese occupiers, more specifically of Tutsis, had a specific purpose of exterminating Ugandans. The Mukura killing, the killing of Bakonjo, the killing of young people in train wagons in eastern Uganda, the killing of Acholis. On one of our broadcasts, we revealed to you, listeners, that Museveni dispatched military troops, starting with the Karuma Falls, with orders to kill anything that moves on two legs up to the border with Sudan. And that killing was aimed at wiping out the Langis and Achoris. To use what Grace Binjira told me, that we have to exterminate those Busoro, referring to the Nilotic people. Now you can see the policy of exterminating indigenous Ugandans is part and parcel of Museveni's dictatorship. After they had wiped out the indigenous population, particularly in Luwero, we all know that they apportioned the land among themselves. And you people listening to us should know this, that even Paul Kagame owns at least 1 square mile of land in the Luwero Triangle. And so many others also own. They apportioned this land among themselves because they wiped out the entire population and they took the land. They have not stopped there. They have done the same thing in Kabura and Maubura counties. To the point right now as we speak, if we have any land gentleman in statistics could go there and find out that at least 80% of the population in those two counties right now are not Baganda. It is for that very reason, even the members of parliament from those counties are Batusi. So this expansion of these invaders is protracted and will one day cover the whole country. The issue of exterminating indigenous Ugandans is very crucial. In my humble opinion, Ugandans and Baganda in particular should have concentrated their energy and thoughts and everything else they have to this primary duty of rescuing their land and rescuing their country, restoring their institutions. I want to quote from the experience. As you remember, I said people have to learn from other people's experience. I want to quote, excuse me for changing my reading glasses. The experience of South Africans. Here is this quote. The African people are generally looked upon by the whites as an inferior race, whose interests ought to be systematically disregarded when they come into competition with their own, and should be governed mainly with a view to the advantage of the superior race. For this advantage, two things should be afforded to white colonialists: for obtaining the possession of land. Secondly, the Kafir population, meaning the Africans, should be made to furnish as large, as cheap a supply of labor as possible. Now you can replace the word white to Tutsis. This is exactly what Museveni is doing to our people. And this because this is what they did in South Africa. And as one king in South Africa complained, he said, the struggle for repossession of land by Africans and the restoration of their usurped national sovereignty and national dignity. This is the only way they can regain their right to self-determination, economic empowerment, and drive themselves to their glorious national destiny. If we cannot focus on such a thing, then we have misguided attention.
So much, Senior Chintu. That's true. If we cannot focus on the restoration of our own lands to ourselves, we are indeed misguided because without land, we cannot produce anything economically, culturally, politically, or make any arguments socially. Uh, I would like to invite Professor Lugemwa to speak on the role and the contribution of the Ugandan government in regards to the 1994 Rwandese genocide, and also to speak on Kasese massacre of November 2016.
Please, can you repeat the
Sorry,
question? The last part of the question, please. Yeah.
no worries.
I,
So, we're given just a brief synopsis of we're looking at what has been ignored by not only the international community but also the multiple massacres committed by this regime. And the two that I would like to invite you to speak on, just for a brief synopsis for our audience, is the role and the contribution of the Ugandan government in the 1994 Rwandese genocide or its continuation, and the Kasese massacre of November 2016.
I think I will leave those two questions to the speaker, Senior Remegius Kintu. He's more versed with that area. But I would like to talk a little bit about the problems of displacing people. I think that's very
Mm,
important. I've said it here and I've said it before. Having Museveni as the leader of Uganda is the worst thing that has ever happened to our country. We have the world's worst corrupt military dictator that started way back, even before 1986. When they were fighting the war in Luwero, people were being made refugees in their own villages. He went ahead and continued with that policy all the way to northern Uganda, where for more than 10 years, about 90% of the population of northern Uganda were in internally displaced people's camps
mm,
with squalid conditions, diseases, human rights abuses, and deprivation. People becoming refugees in their own area. That's what is happening now with the so-called cattle corridor. It's a silent genocide. You cannot just take people and throw them out of their houses. It's wrong. It should, and every Ugandan should be focusing on that because it's rampant. It's rapidly increasing. We need to restore our regions. We need regional and sub-regional governments so that we can deal with the tenure issue, the land tenure issue, instead of leaving the world's worst corrupt military dictator decide what Uganda should be. Land is a fee simple, is perpetual. the owner has ownership indefinitely. It's called absolute ownership. We need that back. On the other hand, in the North, they have customary tenure, which doesn't give a title. So they are unique. They have their own way of doing things. We cannot just lump everybody into this unitary system. So in order to take care of our land, in order to stop the land evictions, in order to stop the silent genocide, people being thrown on the street, we need to go back to the drawing board and say enough is enough. We've made mistakes, but we can correct them going forward. I know you want me to talk about the massacre in Rwanda, a lot of propaganda, a lot of things that one can find. I want to focus on the future for Uganda. Where are we headed? What do we want as Ugandans? What is going to restore our peace, our dignity? How you develop your potential, what you can do, is defined by the system, by the environment. The system for Uganda is not working. Landowners originally and the Bibanja owners were living in harmony. That is not there anymore. We need to go back to the drawing board and say Buganda had this type of land tenure system. The people in the north have got this type of land system. We are different linguistically. We are different culturally. We are different geographically. Let's go back to that. Instead of looking backwards, let's see how the future is going to be. Abolishing Mailoland in Uganda is actually equivalent to erasing Buganda from the map, and that is unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. We have to sit down and say enough is enough. There is a better way. We have failed to run everything from the center. Too many people are losing their lives. Too many people are being tortured. Human rights abuses. That has to stop for the good of our country, for the poor of Africa. And of course,
And
let me add a little bit. You cannot have federalism without land. So once land is gone, we better forget it. So while we still have something, let's get it now. Thank you.
no worries. Thank you. As we go on forward, we're going to look more in depth of how can we go back to the drawing board and overturn this, because ultimately we do have these conversations to look at where are the loopholes, where do the loopholes exist for us, for ourselves, because we have been engulfed in a kind of system that needs total studying. We're being attacked from all corners, all kinds of values, all kinds of things that existed, such as Milo land, or all different traditional cultural etiquettes are being, not only are they being eradicated, the process of eradication even started before Museveni's regime. So how do we start to then look in the mirror and go back on the drawing board is a very important question that we're going to continue to go back to throughout this whole program today. And I'm looking forward to hear all the different kinds of ways from all panelists of how this ought to be done, especially in regard to land. So for our last one, I'd like to invite Dr. Musoke. Our last one was, of course, the most recent one, what happened in November, the November killing spree, where even up to today, we have not yet confirmed the numbers of people that actually were killed by the militaries who were shooting and shooting within the streets of Kampala. And as Museveni said when he came, he gave a definition that this was just stray bullets. But I want us to look at what that means, what such a killing in daylight on it was all recorded on social media, and the gravity that it brought. What did it mean for our political system going forward? Because then we had a lot of us where we started to be involved in Ugandan politics. There was an awakening, but then there was a dimming of a candle because this came at such brute force. And how did this shape Uganda's politics, not only nationally, but going forward on the global scale, and further expose things that we have not yet come to accept, that ICC is not going to come to rescue us from the dictator's brute violence. The UK are not bothered by the human rights abuses because this happened publicly, openly. We all saw it, experienced it. It was documented, but the conditions still continue to exist. So I would like us to look at the political angle. Where does this place us politically to really empower ourselves to take on this task ourselves? Because this happened, everyone saw it, but everyone continued to live their lives apart from Ugandans who actually lost people in that massacre.
Was that addressed to me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted a clarification. First of all, let me refer to, before I go to solutions, I refer to
Mm,
the existing law right
mm,
now. The International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights, Article 1, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 1, they are identical. They provide that people have a right to culture and self-determination. Basically, that's where the solution for us should lie. Museveni's, his regime signed both of these. We are signatories to these treaties, so we should abide by and enforce the provisions of these treaties. Museveni, the Uganda signed the International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights on January 21, 1987. And on June 1, Uganda became a signatory to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So these are supposed to be binding treaties. In other words, treaties are laws. They are like constitutions. They lay down the principles on which a regime should operate and conform and abide by those provisions. So the significance of these conventions is that they give us a right to self-determination and to preservation of our cultures. So we shouldn't be begging the government to allow us to enjoy our cultural rights, let alone the political rights. These inherent in any form of democratic system. Of course, we don't have a democratic system, and that's the whole issue. That's why we are here to discuss how do we resolve these issues. One of the problems, of course, that pervades Museveni's regime is corruption. Remember in the 10-point program, Point 7 was elimination of corruption. Point number 2 was to restore democracy. But it has done the opposite. There is neither democracy, security, no, not even security of an ordinary person. So it is our duty right now forward to ensure that we restore our rights so that our people can enjoy not only their culture, but their political rights as well. So what is the solution? Part of the solution is in restructuring the political system. That is to allow the people to govern themselves, not to be suffocated by the central government unitary regime. That calls for federal system. In a federal system, each federal state is self-governing, and you cannot come from Chigezi and give orders to the people of Uganda or Bugweri or Arua. The people in those areas determine, they exercise their right to self-determination, and they decide what kind of system they should have. We've been talking about the land. The Constitution of Uganda recognizes 4 types of tenure. It recognizes the fee simple, absolute ownership. It recognizes mile land system. It recognizes leases. Leases is just a period. You can have a lease for 99 years, or you can have a lease for 10 years. And it also recognizes customary tenure. What is happening in Uganda today, these evictions you hear about, violating the rights of especially the customary tenure system. The people who hold land under the customary law, they technically have no right. You remember Temangalo? Temangalo was Amama Mbabazi and his friends. They bought a huge expanse of land in Temangalo. And of course, they evicted whoever was there, who was holding land under customary system. The Kibanja is a customary tenure system. So the Kibanja people usually don't have security. And under this system, it is the central government. Museveni, the Museveni regime has amended the land law about 5 times. Each time he is seeking to promote interests of certain people because of corruption, by the way. This Temangalo situation would not write out both corruption and political abuse of power by the politicians, including that, as I pointed out, Amama Mbabazi was part of it. So the solution to these problems actually resides in a federal system of government, whereby a federal state determines all the local circumstances. That means the central government cannot and has no power to legislate or issue any rules regarding land tenure, because it has only power over public land owned by the state of Uganda, but not the land under the jurisdiction of the federal state, which when we get a federal state. So ultimately, as I started this conversation, I pointed out the provisions of the International Covenant on Civil, Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But let me bring in now the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The provisions of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the provisions of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, read together, they create a right to democracy. We are not begging Museveni for our rights. These rights exist already. And if we have a right to democracy, let alone a right to culture and a federal system of government, then it's in our power as a sovereign, the sovereign for governing ourselves, to make sure that we implement these principles. Culture is very, by the way, before, I forget, I should point out something about culture. Culture consists of, in my opinion, 6 elements. The first is language. The second are the norms or the rules that govern that cultural entity. And then the institutions. The institutions in the case of Buganda are the Bika and the Kabaka. And then the artifacts are part of culture. Artifacts are the things you make, like drums, you beat. You remember in Buganda we have drums for different occasions, and so these are very important elements of our culture. Apart from artifacts, the last element of culture is what you call ethics. Ethics means wearing an earring, or painting, or something that is ethic, that is part of enhancing beauty a particular culture. The Kalamojong, they have theirs. The Maasais, they have theirs. The Bag, we have ours. And so these the culture, I think you should always remember it is language, its norms, its institutions, artifacts, and ethics, protection of those. We have to protect them. And you can't protect them. Museveni is the supreme dictator of the of Uganda. So ultimately, you wanted to hear a solution. You have to have a federal system of government in Uganda in order not only to preserve our cultures, but also to enhance and maximize our political rights as provided within these conventions I've cited and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which grant us a right to democracy. I don't care what Museveni says, I have a right to democracy. And that means I can fight for it. In conclusion, the comment on the genocide in Rwanda. How did it happen, and why did it happen? In Rwanda, you had a culture. You had a culture in which people were divided into three groups. One group was the Tutsi, those were the leaders. Another group was the Hutus. The word Hutu means servant, by the way. And the last group was the Twa. These groups still exist in Rwanda. Over the years, centuries, as a matter of fact, the majority, 80% of the population who were Hutus were treated as slaves. That's why the word Hutu means servant. By the way, when you come back to Uganda, the same system was institutionalized in Ankole. The Hima, who are very similar to Tutsis, were the leaders. They were only 9% of the population. And the Bairu, and I hate to use that word, Bairu or Mwiru is a slave. Bairu is slaves. And I even wonder how these people can proud of themselves. I'm a Mwiru. I'm a slave. This is the political education that has to be to be done to literally reconstruct the minds of the people. And you can only do this, as I proposed, if you give people their human rights and they become sovereign. And that means federal. Now you see why I'm fighting. The self-determination of the people, of myself, of my children, of my culture. So probably return the microphone back to the where it belongs, and if it is necessary, then I will come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that raises the question, not only the question, but that begins to shine light on what has been lost and what needs to be reconstructed from our own mindset. It needs to be, we need a system that will not only reconstruct the nation, but will reconstruct how we think, and a cultural revolution of sorts is needed. Because right now we're on an island where there is no culture to grasp onto other than fading memory. Because if we go down generations, a generation above me thinks of Buganda versus what I think is Buganda, we have different answers to these questions. But going, I want us to touch now on, and I'm gonna call on Senior Chintu to touch on who is in the midst of all these land scandals. And in most cases, we find that it is higher ups. It's higher ups that are in this land scandal. We have district land officials in these scandals, cartels and land grabbers, and we also have people who are serving within the government in these land scandals always, because these land scandals are for vast and big pieces of land, and it seems like most of the land is getting redistributed amongst the same people, amongst amongst the same people. You have UPDF people in these land scandals, you have people, SFC people within these land scandals, and continuously it's being redistributed amongst themselves. And as you can see on the screen, we have an article about Abalalo Bazinze Echalo. So this is vast, well-known knowledge of who's grabbing the land, who's taking away the land, and who's redistributing the land amongst each other. So I'd like to call Senior Kintu to talk about those three factors, and also how federal system would put a halt to this kind of redistribution of land amongst like a small group of people who just have become greedy and benefit off of corrupt redistribution of land.
Issue of land. Well, when I read that quotation was from a book by Dr. Musoko Peko of South Africa, in his little book called Land is Money and Power. I would recommend that anybody who can find this little book by Dr. Peko. Land is money and power. Now, what I quoted earlier, you got to look at it from the understanding of the situation in South Africa. Who were behind that lamentation? In fact, in that book, he goes further to say, well, if you tell me that I should own cows or I should build a nice house, I'm not going to build a house on clouds, neither am I going to graze my cows in clouds. So that brings us to the definition of land. In fact, this is why we call it real estate. Real as opposed to unreal. If you have $15 million in your bank account, you are damn right a wealthy person. But we call that liquid asset. Why is it called liquid? Because it can evaporate or disappear in a few seconds due to inflation or any other reason. But land is real. That is the only property where we can use the word real estate. The good thing about we Africans is we have had our unwritten laws regarding land ownership, and they have passed the test of time for centuries, long before even Muzungu came to Africa. Professor Lugemwa mentioned that in Uganda we have the Mairo land and all that kind of rules and regulations. When you go to northern Uganda, the Acholis, they have communal land. But if you talk to the Acholis, they are going to tell you, much as it is communal, it is owned by clans. For example, you would find that a specific clan is the owner of all the land in an area like Matuga or Kalisizo in my area of Budu. And if you come from another clan, you cannot trespass this territory without the clan elders sitting down and deliberate and give you permission. You cannot come from another clan area and graze your cattle on our clan area unless we have deliberated and given you permission. Now, that may sound funny to someone who comes from a Mairo land system of land ownership, or that person might come from that area and look at you in Budu or in Maokota And they said, this is kind of funny. It may sound funny to you, but it's not funny to us. That is why the federal system is so perfect that you can deal with your problems in your territory, in your state. And since it really has its roots in your culture, it becomes so easy for us in Uganda. Our culture dictates, I belong to the leopard clan. If I meet a beautiful girl, even if she's from far away, the other side of Buganda, and she tells me that her name is Narubowa or Namwanje, that's it. I don't even ask any other questions. She's my sister automatically. Now, someone is going to look at me and say, why do you believe in that? After all, you are from Massacres, and this girl is from Bugerere or Bulemezi. Damn, she's good looking. Why don't you marry her? No, we don't do that because our culture dictates to me this way, and I have to follow it. So with the federal system, we do not even have to waste time deliberating on these issues. Land being it, our culture being what it is, dictates to me, and it is already stamped in my brains. I don't have to look for a book or to find which verse of the Constitution says this. No. In Uganda today, we are facing the same problem with respect to land repossession by non-Ugandans. Those people you've shown invading villages with their cattle, they are not Ugandans. It is the same thing that our brothers in Southern Africa experienced with the white settlers. They came and they took the land. And these guys are coming in at night and they are taking the land, even discrediting our own articles of antiquity. We have seen pictures of grave sites being dismantled so that some Mularo can raise his cattle in that area or build a house in that area on top of sacred graves of our ancestors. That is unacceptable and is actually a call for war. The people you ask who are behind this whole scandal, yes, they are the invaders who are in government. As I mentioned, Kagame owns land in Bururi. Is Kagame Ugandan? Is now claiming to be president of Rwanda. I cannot own 2 square miles, 2 square inches, not miles, 2 square inches of land in Rwanda because I'm not a Rwandese. But why should he own land in Rural Triangle? You have mentioned Amama Mbabazi, all the way from Kigezi, trying to acquire land in Buganda. This is unacceptable. The land in Buganda should be managed by the Buganda federal system for the people of Buganda ancestry, as much as the land in Kigezi should be for the people of the Bachiga ancestry. And so should be the land in Acholi or Teso or Karamoja. And by the way, we already have record of those guys. They are crossing over from Rwanda with nothing but a walking stick. In 2 days, he has 20, 30 cows. Where did they come from? These are cows which have been stolen from the Karamajongs, put on military trucks, transported to some areas where they are distributed to these new invaders. And this is double jeopardy. First, they are stealing the land. Second, they are stealing our cattle from our native Ugandans after killing them. Because you've seen the dead bodies of Karamajongs scattered in the bush there. These are things which are unacceptable and are call for war. Sometimes I wonder why Ugandans are not standing up for war. So the answer to your question is, who are behind this land scandal? It is the Tutsi invaders led by Museveni and his clique of gangsters. And those gangsters also include their armed gangsters called the SFC. They are the ones who are carrying out these threats. They are the ones who are following those new invaders from Rwanda or Eastern Congo, Tutsis for that matter, to make sure that their security is protected against the natives who are defending themselves. It's just that simple. So the ball is in the hands of Ugandans to stand up and defend themselves against this invasion. And when they do, they should be able to establish a federal system of government which protects their land, their rights to self-determination, and be able to chart the way to their future destiny. That is my simple way of looking at it.
Senior Chintu, for that. And with that being said, we'll take a short break and then come back after the short break. And right after we come back, we're gonna look at we're gonna start then projecting into solutions, how they look like while looking at them from different angles. As on today's panel, you all three are in different fields and line of work. So we're going to look at every solution as it stands within federal from the different angles and point of view that we bring to the table within, of course, the discussion of land and the human element of displacement and disenfranchisement of people, making them unable to actually uh, acquire any self-determination. So we'll take a short break, just a breather, and then we'll be back. And when we're back, we'll start looking at it from that point of view.
Thank you.
The importance of a federal system of governance in Uganda. 1. Federalism restores peace and regional stability. 2. Federalism promotes political participation. 3. Federalism encourages economic development across the country. 4. Federalism provides multiple levels of government action. 5. Federalism accommodates a diversity of opinions. 6. Federalism protects against tyranny of the majority. 7. Federalism promotes unity without imposing uniformity. Register today and join the UFCC Assembly by visiting www.ufcc.uk.
Dr. Andrew Takome Kaira was born on 30th January 1945 in a small town known as Nkokonjeru in the Uganda region. He is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country sent him to an early grave. He was a lawyer and professor and had many accomplishments since 1971, with many of his accolades attained from his education and political experiences, both nationally and internationally. Significant is his doctoral dissertation titled Condoism in Uganda, which has awarded him an internationally recognized terminology now used in criminology. He joined several political organizations, including Uganda Freedom Movement, UFM, which he was the leader, the Uganda National Liberation Front, UNLF, later joining the National Resistance Army, NRA, which had once been his organization's rival. Dr. Kaira is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country led to his premature death. He was just 46 years old when he was assassinated on 6th March 1987 during a dinner with his close friends and 3 female acquaintances. His killers have never been brought to justice.
Before we continue with our program, I'd like to call for a video, please. And this video is going to be covering, the survivors of Mukura massacre and where they stand today.
On that day, National Resistance Army soldiers rounded up more than 200 people in Mukura in Ngora district in Teso sub-region and locked them in a train wagon before setting it on fire. 69 people died due to suffocation while 196 survived. They were suspected to be collaborators of the rebel movement that was fighting the NRM government. The 69 victims were buried in a mass grave in Mukura Town Council. Francis Teko is one of the survivors and is the caretaker of the mass grave.
I cannot dig, I cannot move far distance, so I use the bicycle.
Another survivor, John Opolot, says the mass grave is in his ancestral land. Government reportedly promised to compensate the landowners, but this has never been.
They fenced this place, and that's how the story ended. I have got nothing from the piece of land.
The survivors formed the Mukura Memorial Development Initiative, expecting funding from the government. In 2009, President Museveni ordered the release of 200 million shillings as partial compensation for the victims. The annual commemoration of the horrific incident will take place in July. However, Teso leaders say the mass gravesite is dilapidated and needs to be refurbished.
Right now, the way it is, we cannot preserve this monument. We cannot preserve the history that this is supposed to represent.
We've seen the library is collapsing before use, and this building that is housing the mass grave is also a risk to the human being.
Even to this day, several victims of not only the genocidal but also the violence that has been unleashed onto the Ugandan people. It remains to be settled. A lot of things remain unsettled, and in my opinion, my humble opinion, it is due to not only the military occupation but the form and the system of governance at hand. But for this next segment, I want to start with Professor Lugemwa, and we're going to speak about the human element of all of this. Because once we talk about it, sometimes politically, economically, or any other way, we tend to abstract the fact that these are day to day human beings that are facing atrocities and that are exposed to immense violence. What was it? It's a quote which says, politics is war without violence, but war is politics with violence. So I'd like for us to look at the human element of evicting people off of land. What is this going to do to humans or the people that occupy that land? But further down the lane, what is it going to do to land itself within Uganda? Because once this land and once people are evicted off of these lands, where the land is not, because we forget that humans existing on pieces of land is to take care of that land and prepare it for future generations. But once you have mass eviction and disenfranchisement of people from pieces of land for huge projects such as either cotton growing or vanilla growing, and that land then is occupied by this kind of mass production, and the land starts to deteriorate. What is this going to mean even just for future livability within the country after this regime has done this time and time again, evicting people so that they carry out their big economic projects, either mining or either growing of cash crops in order to generate more money for themselves. And then, on top of all of that, how can we start then to involve or further inform uh, our people why it is, because our people understand why it is important uh, to be involved in their liberation, by why federalism will actually guarantee that they have the right to land. What about federalism or federal governance guarantees that once you're indig- once you're indigenous to this place, no one's going to evict you? Uh, if we can take the conversation into that direction, and what in federalism will guarantee that not only people won't face evictions but people will continuously have the right to to take care of their land and prepare it for future generations of their lineage to come.
Well, in the last segment we had that was in Uganda, I sort of read out the power that the current president has, that was given
Mm,
to him by the constitution. That
mm,
is a lot of power. He basically owns Uganda as we
mm,
know it, its people, the resources,
mm,
and he's
mm,
trying to own or to dictate Uganda's future. That is
mm,
huge.
mm,
So unless there is division of power with
mm,
autonomous governments, what
mm,
is happening now is going to continue. How do you stop it? There has to be regime change. The
mm,
people in power cannot give away power as we know it. They can't share power. So there has to be regime change. If we get an opportunity and there is regime change, then that's the time to start negotiating Uganda's unity. Right now,
mm,
we don't have power. We can call for all sorts of riots, demonstrations, war. You don't tell the enemy what you are going to do, but we don't have power right now. But we have channels where we can start engaging Ugandans. You talked about the human suffering, the toll. There are so many visible and invisible wounds right now in Uganda. There is some kind of tribal apartheid, which is worse than what was taking place in South Africa. You have the haves and the have-nots. Just a clique of people, everybody is below us. That cannot happen when you have a federal system of government, when you have autonomous governments within Uganda, because they are much smaller, they are kind of homogeneous, they know exactly what they want, they have their culture. So this strongman mentality from the center is not going to survive. So we definitely need, there is too much power at the center, just too much power, that to a point that nobody else has got that kind of power. Everybody feels powerless. Um, so what we need to do is to start engaging the stakeholders. We need to talk to people about the importance of sharing power, for having many layers of power, the central government, then regional governments, regional parliaments, houses, so that we can manage our affairs in smaller units. The past hasn't been good. We are having too much trouble running everything from the center. The status quo is unattainable. I mean, we can't continue like that. Ugandans have suffered enough. It's a rich country, it's a diverse country, it's a beautiful country. I think we have an opportunity to end the suffering, the torture, the human rights abuses, the collapsing infrastructure. Somebody survives an accident only to die in a hospital because he's being asked to pay 2 million shillings. He survives an accident, then dies there. You know, you have daughters and sisters who can't make it to the hospital. They are dying in child-related death, you know. So the toll, the human toll is unimaginable. It's just too much. We can't continue just like that. We need to share power. We need to manage our affairs in small units. We have to renegotiate instead of pretending that we are united. When people in West Nile and other areas, Karamoja, they are suffering, it's better to say, you people in Karamoja, you can bring 10 people with one chairman or one chairwoman, and then we renegotiate our unity. That's going to be the way forward. Regime change will come. The clock is ticking. They can't stay in power forever, but what is going to happen after that? We need to think very hard so that we can share power, have the central government, have regional government, sub-regional government, counties, so that we can take care of our affairs in smaller groups, in the spirit of self-determination. They can't give us power. We have to get it.
Of course, because the idea that there needs to be a recognition that unity is to be negotiated, that's something that we also have to be keen about. Because regardless of how heavily campaigned Federacy is being campaigned right now, we have to know that this Federacy has to come at a recognition of a difference, and then an agreement upon unity. And that is crucial to avoid any future maneuvers into what we already have, which is what we don't want to take into the future with any kind of regime change. So, going on with a different line of questioning, I would like to call on senior Kintu, and I want us to talk about this from the economic standpoint, because land is money. Land itself, as you quoted earlier on, is the only real estate. With land, you're able to produce and provide for generations and generations to come if you tailor the land well. So, with that being said, what is in store for, because we know there is minerals all over Uganda. Many places already have minerals. We have recently there was an article about 12 trillion, 12 trillion US dollar worth gold has been detected to be in Uganda. And Uganda is a very small space, but when you think about 12 trillion worth of gold to be in Uganda, what does Federacy bring in terms of, for people to understand that in terms of their state government is going to be able to provide for them regardless of where you come from, because there have always been a little bit of fears depending on different regions of but Buganda will be richer than the whole of Uganda, or things like, but in Arua, what is in Acholi to be able to economically provide? How does land provide other than minerals? I think is my first question, and can continuously economically provide for a state. And then, other than a mineral extraction, how then does reclamation of land make sure that a state stays afloat just by producing off the land for themselves?
Yeah, well, first of all minerals are found in land. However, this statement which came out not too long ago that Uganda has found 12 trillion worth of dollars worth of gold in Uganda, I am of the opinion that was a joke, because the person who announced it did not say that this gold was found in Koki County or Mawokota or Yiganga or Kamuli. So just an empty promise of gold. As we all know, there is some gold in Uganda, in Mubende, in Busia, and some other little places, also in Ankole, but very, very small quantity of gold. We now know that Museveni has raided Eastern Congo, and we know that Eastern Congo has a lot of minerals, including gold. This is my prediction. What Museveni was telling us is that now he's confident he's going to control that area of Northern Kivu and the Ituri district, where you have plenty of gold, a very huge amount of gold and other minerals. And since he's going to own it, once his military expedition consolidates his control over that, in fact, this is why he's building roads in Eastern Congo instead of in Eastern Uganda or Northern Uganda, or even Uganda for that matter. He's just telling us that this is going to be his private property in the same way King Leopold owned the entire colony of Congo a few hundred years ago. Now, that amount of gold Museveni mentioned is greater than the amount of gold which exists on this planet, as far as we know. So how could Uganda, somewhere there in Iteso or Karamoja or even Mubende, possess gold which is greater in amount than the gold found on this entire planet? it's practically impossible. Nevertheless, land is so important that minerals, including gold, uranium, oil, are found in land. And that land belongs to specific people, in the case of Africa, people who belong to that federal state. We already know that there has been a lot of conflict in Nigeria with respect to oil. Oil is mostly drilled in Igbo land. But since the Hausas have the political power and military power, the refineries are, oil is pumped to northern Nigeria where the refineries are, which are providing employment and many economic opportunities to the Hausas, leaving the Igbos with nothing but a dilapidated landscape where they cannot even graze their cattle or grow food or walk in polluted landscape where the oil drillers don't care about the landscape. In the case of Uganda, we are already aware that gold in Mubende, which is now being dug out by Museveni's family members and their clansmen, to the point that the indigenous people of Mubende have either been killed or chased away. Now, if you remember, during the campaign of the last presidential elections, when our lovely Bobby Wine was there campaigning, his wife was with him. She stood up and addressed the crowd in Kinyarwanda. And they were out there in Mubende. What does that tell you? That the population of that area now are Rwandese and the Tutsis for that matter. They are now the ones benefiting from digging the gold out of Mubende. And as you know, Uganda has a big refinery of gold, whereby they are refining gold stolen from Congo and refined in Uganda and exported as Uganda's gold. But a little of that is from Mubende, exported by these same Tutsis. As we all know now that Rwanda has the biggest gold refining factory in the world. And yet Rwanda does not have even one small hole out of which you can dig gold. It's all stolen from Congo. So when a Mututsi bastard like Museveni tells you that he has now found gold, yes, you know where that is coming from. He found it in Congo. Together with that, he can get from Mubende with his cousins and nephews, and that which he's going to get from other little areas, yes, he's doing very well all the way to the bank. That is why it is so vital that, as Professor Lugemwa said, there has to be a regime change. And I want to emphasize that the focus of every Ugandan today, starting with yesterday, should be on regime change. This nonsense of all kinds of weird activities just to keep you busy, the way it has been done here in America to keep the blacks busy with basketball instead of going to universities and get PhDs in chemistry like our professor. It's shameful, very shameful. We should concentrate on regime change. And I want to quote the first president of the United States, George Washington. He said, "We study and wage war so that our children can study the arts and the sciences. In other words, you cannot enjoy that flavor of the arts and the sciences unless we have fought for our liberation and self-determination. Therefore, right now, we have to have a regime change, and it is not going to come out of rainstorm like I had last night, which knocked off my power in this area. It is going to be achieved by our rolling up our sleeves. It is that simple. We have to roll up our sleeves. Once we have achieved that regime change, then we're going to have a federal system of government so that the people of Mubende, and I'm talking about the indigenous, not these invaders who came across the border at night, so that the people of Mubende, the people of Teso, the people of Karamoja determine and own what is in the land. We talked about this federal system in terms of economic distribution in one of our episodes before. Now, if we have a federal system, the wealth that comes out of that specific mineral, a percentage of it is going to remain in the local treasury. And another portion is going to go to the national federal government. Now, whatever is attributed to the local government or the state government is going to benefit that state government. We also brought out an example. The state of Alaska here does not have state income tax because the revenue they are getting from oil is enough, more than enough, to cover the government, local government expenditure. So they don't have to reach out to the natives and say, hey, brother, bring $20 so that the state government can pay for their state police and their whatever, state roads and all that kind of stuff. No. I told the audience the state of Texas also doesn't have income tax. And I gave you an example. When I was going to college there 100 years ago, I knew of a lady who worked at the University of Texas, because University of Texas is a land grant university. That's a different explanation. We cannot go into it now. America here, they have land grant universities. The University of Texas owns land, and they found oil in that land. When I was going to school there, this lady told me they were getting $300 million a day out of the revenue that was accrued to the University of Texas as the so-called landowner. And her job was to find a way of where to invest this money on a daily basis. It was through her that I was able to learn about the stock market and all that kind of investment instruments they use. Now, can you imagine if this gold was found in, say, Bremezi, and that kind of revenue accrues to the treasury of Bremezi County? Can you imagine how they could improve themselves? Or how the state government, which includes Bremezi, would really prosper? Right now, nothing is accrued to the natives. It is all taken by Museveni, his brother Salim Saleh, and their son-in-law, who is selling the spare parts of our children to Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries. I mean, These are hyenas, a group of hyenas around Museveni. They are eating everything that the country can produce. That is unacceptable. That's why it is appropriate to call upon Ugandans to go for regime change today. Otherwise, we are wasting our time. We can talk about these things forever. But unless we achieve a regime change, which is not going to come on a silver plate, it is going to be won. And we have to win it. Thank you.
For our audience, because there's been a lot of confusion what is meant when we say regime change. Many people are thinking about, oh, another regime will just come into place. But I'm assuming that when we say regime change, we mean also a total systematic dismantling of unitary and it being replaced by federacy and the acknowledgement of the federal states that exist within Uganda and having the regime grow from that. Because if that's not the case, then we will be headed towards just the next election, which we've been doing for over 30 years, election upon election. And whilst we continue, I'd like to direct my next question to Dr. Musoke. And this question is in regards to all the you did mention all the international laws that do exist within, of course, the UN Declaration of Human Rights and all the different charters that are put in place to acknowledge not only the self-determination of a peoples, but some of them even lean on to acknowledging the self-determination of indigenous people in within a certain place and areas. With the existence of all these, and even within our national laws that exist to really what's the word in English, to provide that safety net for people to be able not to be rushed and evicted onto land. Even with the existence of all these things, atrocities of this sort still exist. How do we, I guess my question is, how do we as Ugandans, because we have filed so many human rights violation reports, and nothing is yet to come out of that. Nothing has yet come out of that. How do we look at the global legal system and how do we then start to reimagine our local legal system to be able to hold these people accountable? Because it seems to a certain extent with the global, we are yet to be successful to actually be able to try any of the people who have committed such atrocities. For example, was it last year where it came out that Muhoozi would be investigated by the International Criminal Court, but nothing has yet matured from that, and Muhoozi is prepping to take power from his father. So how do we start to not only re-understand the legal practices internationally and locally, how do we start to re-understand them, and how do we build on a legal structure for ourselves that's going to embed itself not only in our culture, tradition, norms, and but it's going to be embed itself within the federal system itself and help us keep these people accountable, anyone who has wronged the nation and who has carried out such atrocities time and time again without always having to lean on the international side of things.
That's a very good question. I wish I had a quick answer to it. We wouldn't be here debating what to do and how to do it. But let me first refer to the Ugandan Constitution and how they have created all the laws, all the standards that are set up by the international law. Article 43 of the Constitution of Uganda explicitly provides that the only limitation to the enjoyment of human rights by Ugandans The only limitation that can be imposed is governed by the standard which is acceptable in a democratic system. Now, what is a democratic system is the issue. This is in the constitution of Uganda. Obviously, Museveni's regime is not democratic, far from it. And that's where I begin to explain and to propose solutions and to make sure that what we are saying today, for example, is transmitted to these brutal leaders. They should be aware that we are aware of the atrocities. And now, if we apply standard, that is what is acceptable in a democratic system, you could not have MPs Segirinya and Sewanyana granted bail, and then NRM regimes comes and kidnaps them. Up to now, that is not acceptable in a free and democratic system. That's a violation of rule of law. So Museveni should be aware. Museveni knows me, by the way, and I know him. We used to debate at Makerere. They are used to the college debates used to rotate from Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, then to Makerere. And Museveni was a communist. Of course, today, he's not going to openly accept that. In fact, he writes in his book, Sowing the Mustard Seed, that he was attracted to go to Dar es Salaam because of the leadership in Tanzania, which was socialist, violating human rights, as a matter of fact. But today, is Museveni a communist? Is a socialist? What is he? He's a dictator, period. That's why he heads a regime that constantly and every day violates human rights. How can a court grant bail to Segirinya and Sewanyan, and these two MPs are still for over a year? They are still being held when they were granted bail. That tells you that behavior in Uganda, the regime does not behave in a way that is acceptable in a democratic system. It shouldn't exist. How do you define what is acceptable in a democratic system? Well, we have examples. For example, in New York, was a Muslim whose rhetoric was very fiery, very inflammatory. He applied for a permit to hold a rally, and the police refused him rally. The reason was his inflammatory rhetoric is going to cause chaos and riots, and so he cannot be permitted. He appealed to the court, and the lower court threw out his case. He appealed to the Supreme Court of New York, and the court held that the fact that you suspect or believe that a speaker may cause inflammatory, give an inflammatory speech, is not a reason to deny him a right to assemble, to hold a rally. And so that was it. The man got his permit to hold a rally, and in fact, he gave an inflammatory speech, but there was no riot because the police were there to make sure that nothing went wrong. That's one way to measure what is acceptable in a democratic system. Even better, under the laws of United Kingdom, even if it is likely, even if there is a high probability that granting a right to a person to hold a rally is likely to cause violence, is not sufficient to deny that person a right to hold a rally. So the British test is even much better. Even if there is a high probability, those of you who know mathematics and all that, that violence will occur, is not a good reason to deny that person a right to hold an assembly and to have his speech. Now, in 2013, I think, the rebel Babas were charged, and they passed POMA, Public Order Management Act, under which literally police determines who can have a right to hold a rally. Ask KBSJ, you don't have to listen to me. This is how POMA, Public Order Management Act, is. It violates what is these international standards, what is acceptable in a free and democratic society. As I pointed out, the case in New York, and the principles of guaranteeing freedom of speech in the United Kingdom. Now, you can't have a rule of law under the NRM regime. I just gave you the example of Segirinya and Sewanyana. They are in prison, even if after being granted bail. That's such an explicit, open violation of what is acceptable in a democratic system. The examples I gave you. So what are we going to do? Our duty is to expose all these violations. Our duty is to make sure that Ugandans understand that their rights are being violated every day. You cannot lie, cannot say, oh, we're a democratic company. We are, this is a democratic, I was elected. What? By stealing votes, you were elected? You are like a Trump? At least here in a free and democratic country, Trump's tricks have been exposed. We should also expose the Museveni's tricks, wanting to make sure that his son becomes even the president of Uganda. Under what rule? Under what law? Under what moral standards? So the Constitution of Uganda provides that in Article 1 that the people are sovereign. What? The people who cannot freely assemble, hold a speech, the people like Besigye who are, whenever they have an opportunity to say something, they are arrested and they are given bails. The other time it was at 35 million shillings, but it reduced to 1.5 million, and recently another one. Now, you can see what I'm trying to say. There is no, Uganda is not a free and democratic system. What do? We do what Mandela did. South Africa was not a free and democratic country in apartheid. That's why Mandela said, to hell, take my life or give me freedom. And that's what we have to do, to educate our young people, to make sure that they understand all these violations that are taking place in the country. That's our duty. And if we succeed in educating our young people, we should not even worry about Museveni. He won't be there. He'll be swept away. The winds of social change cannot be prevented by a dictator, no matter how the Gaddafi. Gaddafi was captured from a sewer tunnel. He was hiding. He was begging for mercy. That's what happened to Gaddafi. If it happens to Museveni, I won't be surprised. And they think we are fools. They think that because we don't have guns, we can't mobilize people to kick them out. Saddam Hussein was found hiding in a hole in the ground. And the man who was who had the biggest mansion in the country, he was sleeping in a small hole. His beard had grown much longer than mine, and of course it was unkempt. Probably he had not taken a shower for several months. That's what we have to do, to be determined and to make sure that our people understand when we talk about the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Socio-Economic and Civil Cultural Rights, or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which technically says that the people have a right to democracy. Now, if I have a right to democracy, so does Segirinya, so does Besigye, so does Sewanyana. But every day they spend in jail without even having violated the law, we look like fools. How can something like that happen? And we say that that's not my problem. That's not my problem. Because they haven't arrested your brother or your sister, it's your problem. If it's a human rights problem, it's your problem. I remember a rail. A rail is this guy who was a commander in in Fort Portal, and they killed a lot of people, including children. I mean, how can you forgive a man like that? They only think about power, and they don't ever imagine. God forbid they don't have imagination. They are like Gaddafi. If Gaddafi had imagination, if Saddam Hussein had imagination, they would have realized they are making a mistake. Museveni has no imagination either. I know him. He knows me. I think the first time if he sees me, he will shoot me. Probably if a gun, I may make sure that I shoot him first. But I have somehow gone within beyond the strict limits of the question you gave me. But I think that now you understand what my answer is. We, just like Mandela, we have to liberate ourselves. We don't have a choice. Dictators don't allow you any choice. You have to fight them. And that's so my duty here is to call upon Ugandans to change. Don't fear this regime. Don't fear Museveni. Museveni is just another crook, like a Trump. The way that gives me another point to conclude this. The problem with dictators is inherent in their personalities. It's not the stage of the country where the development of the country culture. It's inherent in their personality. You can see how Trump behaves exactly like Gaddafi, like Saddam Hussein, like Museveni, because this problem is in part of the personality. And that's why Hitler, Bokassa, Amin, they all have to be overthrown to get out of power. And Museveni now is really convinced that he has to rule for life. If not himself, then his son. That's unacceptable under in a democratic system. Therefore, what I suggest to Ugandans is to fully understand the nature of your problem. It's not going to resolve itself. It's not going to, one day you wake up and there is no, there is peace and tranquility. Not when you have a dictator like Museveni. Not how you had a dictator like Saddam Hussein or like Gaddafi. By the way, Museveni literally loved Gaddafi. Probably Gaddafi also loved Museveni. I don't know. But that points out what the issue is. Dictatorship is inherent and part of a personality. And we have to deal with that personality today or tomorrow. As long as that personality exists, he is not going to relinquish power. He's not going to retire. Museveni has amended the constitution twice to stay in power. What else is a secret? Thank you very much. We'll stop there. And if there are some other questions, I'll come back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musoke. For the next question, this is addressed to everyone on the panel as we're winding down on our program. And this question, because now we have to bring it back home, but in order to bring it back home, we must look at the big picture. Because for today's topics was underneath, all the rampant violence and the land evictions, but there is another part to it, which is the impunity that is expressed by nations such as the States, the UK, and all these international organizations that do exist. We always have to remind ourselves and be aware, because we are aware. We have to bring it back to us being Africans and to us being Ugandans, and the the relationship that has existed to the point that Museveni's regime is not single-handedly supporting itself by itself. All ammunitions and arms bought are not made. No gun is made in Uganda. No bullet made in Uganda. All these imports and things have been imported into the nation as part of a relationship that has been supported. So dictatorships in the African case are supported by, of course, external powers. We live in an era whereby we do not control our nation. We still are living in colonial times. To put it in better words, like Nkrumah said, this is the era of neocolonialism, where we barely control what we have, and most of what we control, dictators like Museveni control that space or fill that vacuum. So when we say scratch Museveni's regime, it also is a scratch onto the relationship that we have had for centuries with the West, by us being not the benefactors of our resources, but them being the benefactors of our resources. So as Ugandans in the diaspora, and looking at everything as a full-on circle, from back home to the West, and having lived in the West, and wanting to return all our resources and keep them within, in order to benefit people back home and create structures and safety nets, as of that case. How do how do we plan on to start building relationship? Because of course we're going to need support, is going to be needed going forward, because Museveni's regime has to be overthrown. Museveni said he will not leave power. He came into power with the gun and will wait for the barrel of the gun to be overthrown. But we cannot also ignore that AFRICOM and the arming of people within Uganda is also done by the US state government. They train, they arm, the military on the ground that then later end up killing Ugandans. So how do we start to reconstruct relationships, not only regionally, because we also have a problem regionally whereby we have a bad reputation. We're in Congo, we're in Somalia, we're in Sudan. How do we, even before we think about, because there's the question of our own unity, and then there's the question of who is actually going to be on Uganda's side, and how do we start to rebuild back a kind of, what do we envision in terms of rebuilding back a kind of harmony? Because Museveni has been used as the African head. Museveni and Kagame are being used as the African heads to advance the West's desires on the African continent. And that is most of the question, because we must not ignore the impunity expressed by these nations and the willingness of these nations to actually continue such impunity as long as the right candidate for the job shows up. So, in that regard, I will put this question to the panel, whoever feels comfortable to take it on first. If I may, I will ask Senior Chi to respond first.
Well, when it comes to international relations, that is foreign countries dealing, especially with an African country, the only the only driving principle is economics. The second principle is political domination. When I say political domination, is these, so let's just look at, to be specific, these industrialized countries, they see an African country as serving nothing other than being a source of raw materials for their industrial power, prosperity, period. The second subsidiary, and I'm calling it subsidiary, for those of you who took Cambridge School Certificate, you had the principal and the subsidiary subjects. The second subsidiary of the first principle is, can we dictate to this country to do the things we want them to do in order to consolidate, enhance, and expand our global power, period. By that, they can even go a step further and say, if we want to impose sanctions on a country like Panama, and we bring this motion to the United Nations, we want you to vote on our side. Now, you can see Uganda has nothing to do with a country like Panama or Nicaragua, but they will force you to vote in favor of what they are proposing because they have something against that particular country, even when the problems of Panama do not concern you. Why would you vote for that? Vote on their side? Because they are going to say, if you do not vote for us at the UN, we are going to do this to you or that to you. Then you as a small country are going to look around and say, hey, you know what? It's a matter of just raising my hand and say, oh yeah, I agree with Proposition 14. That's all. But if I don't, this is what they are going to do to me. You saw recently when African countries said, we are not concerned about this war in Ukraine. It is none of our business. And they brought a law, or rather a bill in the US Congress. These bloody African countries which are staying neutral instead of supporting us, we are going to do to them. We are going to ask the Secretary of State to review our relations, to review our foreign aid to them. They brought a lot of things like saying, if you do this, we are going to do this to you. That is what we call global power. But most important, in the case of Uganda, as I told you in one of my lectures here, that a US colonel that I met in Annapolis here, who is one of the top guys in Somalia, told me that, yes, I know. I understand your complaint about the violation of human rights, the dictatorship, the brutality of Museveni. And he said, by the way, we know more than you do. I said, oh, yeah? And you are an American who pretend to be the standard bearers of democracy and human rights in the whole world? Yes. His conclusion was, we do not give a damn what he does to you people as long as he carries out our commands. When we ordered him go to Sudan, he went. When we ordered him go to Somalia, he went. When we ordered him to send troops, by the way, Uganda sent, I think, 10,000 troops in Iraq, and he did. When he wanted manpower in Afghanistan, he delivered. Now, if he's literally screwing you over there, that's none of our business. You hear me? That's none of our business. In fact, these people are so immoral and corrupt in a sinister way that you even wonder whether they are actually believe in God or Christians for that matter. As one South African white said, that if Christianity cannot promote what we are trying to impose on the Kafir natives, meaning the blacks, the gunpowder will deliver better than the Bible. What does that mean? We are willing to kill if the Christianity does not preach supporting what we are trying to do as Boers. Gunpowder will deliver better. These are the problems we are faced with. So we as Africans have to understand that we do not have allies. However, we have to fight for our liberation and we have to assert ourselves. And we are the only human beings who can honestly believe and institutionalize peaceful coexistence. Don't expect it out of Muzungu. Former Attorney General Ramsey Clark told me, with my friends who were in Texas working on a specific human rights case, he said, you Africans have to understand that your lives are dispensable. And to prove that, how many people have been killed in Uganda by Museveni's regime, in Congo, in Rwanda, in Sudan, in Somalia? All these killers are trained by United States, they are armed by United States, and they don't give a damn. How many millions of dollars are being given to Museveni, either by the World Bank or US aid or British foreign aid, when they know that this money is not doing what it was planned to do? You heard of the Northern Rehabilitation Project, Malaria Project, the Ruwero Triangle Development Project. I mean, I can mention 100 of them. And the money which was appropriated never went to do what it was supposed to do. They know it, they still give him more money. Not because he's so good, but because he is like that woman who told us that I'm the boss's dog, mbwa ya mukuru ku gate. What Museveni's regime is the gate dog for these people. Whatever they tell it to do, he does it, and they will keep supporting him. It is up to us as in Ugandans to make it very expensive for them to maintain that kind of relationship with this poodle dog they have at the gate. In other words, we have to deprive them of that opportunity for their poodle dog to remain at the gate for them, so that we can reassert ourselves, reclaim our country, and chart our destiny as a free and sovereign people. We have to reinvent ourselves, and we must be focused on this particular goal because there is no any other solution to it. Thank you.
To call on Professor Lugemwa. But in addition to that question, I'm just going to switch it up a little bit and ask about of course, our history with the West, how do we then start to look at, because institution building is such a huge thing, rebuilding of institutions, and especially basing those institutions in our cultural heritage, because we also have our cultural heritage is being is being diluted. Let me use the word diluted in this global Benson. So how do we start to rebuild institutions that are gonna draw from us and not from the West's perception of who we are, of sorts? And this, I would like to direct that question to Professor Lugemwa.
These people, as Remegius pointed out, they know everything that is taking place. Human Rights Watch, United States, UK, European Community, they know. So what we need to do is to liberate ourselves from the devils. Then come back and renegotiate our diplomatic relationships with these people, because they need us and we need them. That's what has to happen. They are not going to help us. We are on their priority list, probably down there, number 100 or even lower than that. So we really have to get rid of the dictator and then come back and say, okay, now how do we move forward? You've been doing this and this, you supported this, you've been giving us money for health, for education, for that. Are you going to increase this? We are going, you said yourself, you are the new people, you have to, the new Uganda has to come out and say, this is what we can do. What can you do for us? Now, when it comes to past relations and how we are going to take care of our culture, again, it goes back to the bottom up. It has to start from the communities, that self-determination. They don't want us to be as organized as we want, because when we are organized, we are more difficult to manipulate. So there's going to be resistance, but that resistance cannot prevent us from organizing from our village level and then keep our autonomy, self-determination and our aspirations. We have our aspirations. We have to fight from the bottom up. It's not going to come from the top. And that's why every Ugandan has to stay focused and think about the future and look at the history for the mistakes and how, so that we can learn a little bit what we can learn and then charter a better Uganda. Yes, the culture has been diluted. That's part of the social change. There are things that can never go back. It takes a lot of time. Cultural change takes time, but once it happens, reversing it is also extremely difficult. So we have to pick up where we find the system and try to move forward by giving power to the lowest level in the country. That way, they know what to do with that power to protect what is theirs and to make sure that their aspirations are met.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for that, because that puts into perspective. If we're to have a cultural revolution of sorts, it has to come from within the community levels. And I like the fact that you touched on organizing ourselves, because if we don't organize, we are not going to be able to move this regime by any inch. It's from organization that we can actually really benefit from the fruits of our labors. It's via organized. They only beat us because they're organized. I'll leave it at that. That's the only way we have been defeated, is because our enemy is always organized, and they organized into the future. We haven't even begun to look into our past. So it is of prime importance that we start to organize, and from the local level fits right into federalism in it of itself. And then for my last question, and for just members in the audience, the studio line is on the screen. If you want to send any questions, any comments, or any additions to any of our panelists today, feel free to start now, because after this segment, we'll go into that segment. Feel free to send those in. So for my last question, I'm going to be asking this to Dr. Musoke. It's the same question, but with a little bit of an adjustment. Now, I want to look at us Ugandans regionally being on the African continent. What does this mean? Because the past, there was looking into Uganda's history and the movement that existed via independence. You had the spirit of Pan-Africanism was taking over the continent, whereby the only solution to Africa's problems at that point in time, which right now also seems the only silver bullet to imperialism, was if Africans could come together as one in a sort of agreement of unity to safeguard themselves from the rest of the world, but also to what Senior Chintu said, we are the only ones who can almost reinstate a peaceful coexistence globally. This was there, and this existed at that particular point in time, but it has flickered down and almost is seen as a myth or something that never could have come to pass. So now just going into where we are at in time and where every African country is, because I know we speak about Uganda a lot, but political eruptions have been happening all over the African continent. The need for change politically has been happening. So with a change of regime in Uganda, and within trying to renegotiate our allies, or what we can do for neighbors, or what we can do for the globe and the globe can do for us, how do we start to rethink of that, not only as Ugandans? And I know there's been we all know on this panel there's been heavy popularization of the idea of an East African community, but East Africa is not the only region on the African continent. How do we start to then be within the rhetoric of the whole continent? Because regardless of how we think about things, at the end of the day, whatever happens on one nation on the continent, there will always be a domino effect just because of geographically where we are, especially for Uganda, because we're almost in the center of the continent itself. So how do we start to readjust ourselves to not only look at ourselves as Ugandans, but also try to see how we can fit into, because we're all facing the same issues but at different tones.
Thank you very much. Yes, I hope I've understood your question, but I'll try to answer it. Some of us, we've already laid the foundation for what you are calling for. We have an organization called the Uganda Federal Union. Now, unless you are organized, you cannot go very far in bringing about change. Change always requires some form of organization. And I call upon all Ugandans to form organizations, and these organizations are eventually the ones that are going to make the difference. If I may give you an example from history, South Africa, there was ANC, there was a Pan-African organization, there was a communist organization, and they were all opposed to apartheid. That was the common enemy which they had to fight. So for us, Uganda Federal Union, that's our focus. So many other people can form, Ugandans can form other organizations, and use organizations to lobby London, to lobby Canada, to lobby Washington and other places. So I think that's one step to go. I agree, and I'm fully aware of what Remegius to pointed out, that states have interests, and as long as their interests are not affected adversely, that is, they are not going to positively respond. Yeah, that also is changing, by the way, because the international community now is much more fluid than it used to be during the Cold War. And so when we form these organizations, to some extent, they are going to recognize us. They are going to be aware. They are going to understand that sooner or later Museveni is going and somebody is going to take over, and they are going to support that group which they think is likely to take over power. So this is not what came first, the chicken or the egg. We can influence politics, whether it is international or domestic, to suit our interests. Let me also point out one point I made. I concluded my last remarks with the word personality. Personality is very, very critical in politics, and especially actually in any political environment, whether it is United States, where you have Trump, or you have Museveni in Uganda, or other dictators. The personalities. The thing is, it is not easy to change a personality. You can only do it in three ways: religious conversion from Paul to Saul, from Saul to Paul. That's one way you can transform, drastically change personality. Or it can be through psychiatric therapy. That takes time, and they're being put on the couch and examined by a psychiatrist, and then he finally revealed these secrets of his personality, revealed to him, and then he can and probably can change. Of course, the last one is through trauma. Trauma, by here I mean, if somebody gets involved in an accident and their brain is damaged, that can change your personality too. I remember when I was at Namulonge Cotton Research Station, there was a very nice guy, and he was involved in an accident, and all of a sudden he changed. He no longer smiled to people. He was a totally different personality. So, but obviously, we are not going to rely on the latter method of to institute our changes, but definitely we have to be aware of this. And in a change, last word on personality, Byanyima. Some of you you've heard of that name, Mzee Byanyima. Museveni used to stay at Mzee Byanyima's home, and so we are told he killed a dog and cut off its head. This is Byanyima telling us this story. This is not from crazy people or whatever, but that kind of frightened Byanyima, and he said, "This boy is going to be dangerous," and he was right. Kill a dog and cut off its head. That sounds like weird, but it's true, because Byanyima could not say this to lie to us. He was just narrating. This boy is dangerous, and he turned out to be. So get ready. This is not going to transition from here to where we want to go. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be short. It is going to be traumatic, but it is going to take some kind of organization. I remember when I was still going at school here in the US, there was an organization called Trans-Africa. It was led by a fellow student called Robinson. And Trans-Africa, this is the organization from which the boycotting its South African trade, its South African links and whatever. That's where it started. I agree with my friend Remegius Kintu that the Western democratic powers, although they are democratic, they are more interested in their interests. Is so and so going to promote our interests, yes or no? And from that point of view, they can either support you or not support you, but you are the one who is going to initiate the process. This Trans-Africa organization started by students on the campuses here in America, led to very big accomplishment in fighting apartheid, and eventually everybody realized, including United States. I remember during that time, Kissinger made a very quick trip to Southern Africa in response to these activities, to see how they can deal with the apartheid regime in South Africa, whether they can help, how to deal with it. But anyway, the issue is this organization, Trans-Africa, was already making a dent in the behavior of other nations, boycotting South African goods, boycotting everything. And by the way, Remegius, you remember how we fought to US to how we demonstrated that we went to them. You were one of the leaders in this particular respect, to stop buying coffee from Uganda. And that it did have an impact on Amin's regime, because Amin, without selling coffee, he couldn't get foreign exchange as such. But anyway, Amin was not a fool either. Then he turned it to the Arabs, Saudi Arabia and others, Gaddafi, and he got what he replaced what he lost from the Western countries. But I don't know whether I'm making any sense. to trying to answer your very difficult question. First of all, we Ugandans should be the first beginning to fight this situation. This is Museveni is not impossible to overthrow. Give me 1 million men and women in the streets of Kampala marching towards Entebbe. Museveni will probably do what Byagagaire did when Amin called him. Byagagaire, maybe many of you don't know who Byagagaire was. Byagagaire was a civil servant, and Amin about him, and he was a very he panicked whenever Museveni. So Amin used to call him, tell Byagagaire to come here. By the time Byagagaire reached Amin's office, his pants were wet. He was scared. But the man, at the same time, did not even run away, did not cross the border to either Tanzania or but he couldn't. I don't want you guys to be Byagagaire, who was so scared that and Amin knew it, and he would call him not because he really wants to tell him, but to see to laugh at him. When you go there, he says, "Oh, well, it's okay. I don't want you. You can go back," with his wet pants. This is not what we want. You either fight Museveni or you do something else. Or if you don't think that Museveni is a danger to your life, danger to your family, a danger to democracy, a danger to your culture, if you don't think so, you can forget. Otherwise, the others will take care of that. But I always like this South African story because when they started after Sharpeville massacre in '60, everyone laughed. He said, "How can you overthrow that regime? You are wasting your time." No, it's not. When you are determined, when you are committed, as they say, you can move mountains. Thank you very much.
You so much for that reply. From what I'm getting overall, it's something we've been discussing over time. We need to get to a point where we are the initiators of what's happening to us, be it locally, be it in our communities, or even on the state level, and to that extent, the international level. We have totally lost the plot where we have no control of anything that's happening to us in this regime and how things are organized politically, socially, and economically. So we need to go back and using, of course, the process of by any means necessary that we have to us to get back to that point where we are in control. And with the way how things are moving globally, especially using an example of what's happening in Latin America and also what's happening on our own continent. This is within our reach. There's different communities that are taking back not only the land but the voice to put, and also the just self-determination in it of itself. And we almost did, because those 2021 elections gave a glimpse of what it could be to give this regime a run for their money. And they needed such violence to put fear in our hearts. But the fact that we're here today, still discussing and looking at different ways, and we're not the only ones, and this has continued throughout Ugandan spaces and Ugandan communities, is hopeful. It's very hopeful. So, and it shall be achieved. As Dr. Musoke said, the winds of social change, they're always around. every generation, Frantz Fanon said, needs a revolution, and Museveni has already outdone a generation. So before I go any further, we're going to take a short break. For people who are watching this, please note down the studio line, and then when we come back, we're going to address questions and comments before we wrap up today's show.
The importance of a federal system of governance in Uganda. 1. Federalism restores peace and regional stability. 2. Federalism promotes political participation. 3. Federalism encourages economic development across the country. 4. Federalism provides multiple levels of government action. 5. Federalism accommodates a diversity of opinions. 6. Federalism protects against tyranny of the majority. 7. Federalism promotes unity without imposing uniformity. Register today and join the UFCC Assembly by visiting www.ufcc.uk.
Chief Justice Owini Dolo is a former private lawyer to Tibuhaburwa and involved in the constitutional change of the term limit in 2005. Whilst in 2017, he also participated as panel judge in the infamous constitutional change of the age limit, famously known as Toji Kwatako, which gave Tibuhaburwa a further hand at impinging on the Ugandan people's human rights. In all cases, he has been involved as panel judge, including Dr. Chiza Besige's election petitions. He has served the dictator's interests. Michael Chibita is a former private secretary of Museveni, aka Tibuhaburwa. Overwhelming evidence from the survivors and victims of the Museveni state terror suggests that Michael Chibita frustrated, blocked and subverted justice in all the high-profile murder cases that occurred just before or during his tenure as the Directorate of Public Prosecution (DPP) of Uganda. These cases include Nsenga, Afande Haji Sebagala, Magistrate Mafabi, Wilberforce Wamala and many more, including delayed justice for Massacres businessman Godfrey Katoka Juri. The families of the murdered people have never received justice. Those who narrowly survived the premeditated murders continue to live in fear and are now refugees abroad. Extrajudicial kidnappings and killings of Ugandans have only worsened due to the impunity that Chibita has actively participated in. These cases are among many that have been lodged at the International Criminal Court (ICC) against Tibuhaburwa. Don't forget that Tibuhaburwa appointed Chibita in all the positions he has held to date, as his former private secretary, legal judge of the High Court, DPP as Supreme Court judge, and now as a member of the petition panel to seal the rubber stamp to Tibuhaburwa's rigged victory.
Welcome back to the Tower at UNN. I'm your usual host, Desire, and today we've been in with a few guests. We've had Dr. Musoke, and then we've also had, as always, Senior Remegius Kintu with us today, and also Professor Lugemwa on the panel today. So now we go into our questions and comments section, and I will go ahead and play them one by one. I'm going to start with the first one, and this is coming from Samuel from the UK. So I'll go ahead and play.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam. Also wanted to contribute. Thank you, young lady Nakauka. I think the program is English, but I would prefer to use Uganda to make my point clear. Thank you. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala bannange abakulu abali mu studio mwenna lamusaako mu kiti kye. Mwebale nnyo okubeerawo n'okuteesa n'okubeera ettabaaza mu mbeera gye twagala okukyusa mu Uganda. Muwala Nakawuka oyo omuwala aba muwala wange kuba emyaka gye yenkanira ddala kumpi ne muwala wange. Erinnya lye Nakawuka nalyo linnya ery'obuzira kawuka. Twalina obuwuka bwe bayita bwe bayita gundi enjuki ennumba oba bukalalankoma ne bumunyeera. Naye obuwuka obwo bumanyi okuŋŋaana nga bwekuŋŋaanyiza awamu ne buluma. Ne bw'oba onoga mmwanyi oba obusanze mu jambula okulya ogenze okulya oluusi twali tugendanga omunoga, buyinza okuyiikira bwonna ne bukuluma. Bukolera wamu naye Nakawuka bwe senga bannakawuka babanga ye nga bangi ne bayiika tuba tufuna amaanyi mayitirivu. Kati erinnya Nakawuka nze ne ndigezaako obuwuka kati ne bufuna bunnakawuka obungi. Wabula kankomaawo njagala kweyongera kuteesaako nina ebibuuzo byange wabula kubanga njagala abamu benjagala okutaanyaako n'okubuuza. Badde nalabako ebiseera by'emabega mutanda waffe, mutanda nga we yalwalira nga akola ku paasipooti ye n'agenda ne bamulagira ndoza agende okukola ki okukyusa paasipooti. Ekintu ekitaasanyusa nnyo Baganda abasinga ne kibeera nga kyali kikolwa kyakuvoola. Ne tumala ekyo bwe kyaggwa ng'oggyeko ebirala byonna abantu bano bye bakoze. Nemba n'ekintu ekirala kye ntandise okulaba nakyo nga nkigeraageranya ku paasipooti empya. Kubanga kati ffe tuwulira buwulizi nti bagenze bakyusiza bayingidde mu East African Community. Naye eriyo Abannayuganda bangi abali ebweru w'amawanga nga olwedde bajja ne babeera eno naye nga Baganda oba Bannayuganda abalala bonna. Naye nga njogera ku ffe nga Abaganda mu Buganda yali ensi era ensi mu nsi, kuba Buganda erina gavumenti yaayo emmengo. Era ndoza mutanda bwe yali agenze mu kwenyigira mu lutalo by'ebintu ebimu ebyaffe ebimu bye twali tulina okuddizibwawo bitandika okuba nga bikola n'ebirala ebigaaniddwa okuddizibwa Abaganda. Kati ekibuuzo kyange kigamba nti kuba kati mutanda yali awo n'akyusa paasipooti n'agenda okukoonamu paasipooti ye, kati mulundi guno ogw'okumala okukyusa Buganda, I mean East African Community, okutwala Uganda mu East African Community. Mutanda ekitegeeza ajja kuba agenda kukyusa paasipooti ye kati ekitegeeza abeera bw'akyusa paasipooti ng'ate mufuzi wansi Buganda, mu Uganda, oba nga talina kuba tajja kuba alina ya Uganda, tetulina nsi yaffe. Tulina ensi naye nga tetulina paasipooti, tukozesa paasipooti y'emu eya Uganda. Kati Buganda ekitegeeza anaaba akyusa paasipooti agenda kubeera mu East Africa, naye omutanda abeere mu East Africa, oba ekintu ekyo sikitegeera. Mbadde nsaba mukitutangaazeemu tukitegeere bulungi, kuba omutanda ebintu kati bwe biba nga biba bituuse bwe biti. Ekitegeeza era anaabanga ani mu East Africa, kubanga abantu abamu abali eno Abannayuganda abamu baba tebabitegedde, ate era nga balina kuba nabo Bannayuganda bazaalibwa mu nsi eyo. Kati amateeka agamu bwe gaba nga gakolebwa nga tegateeseddwako, kubanga Buganda nsi eyali yeetongodde, era simanyi ndowooza mu ndagaano ezikolerwa ebeera erina okuba nga erambulirwa bulungi, oba n'abantu bannannyini abatuuze mu Buganda nabo ne bakkiriza bulungi ne bakitegeera bulungi. Naye ekibuuzo kyange kyekyo bannange, saagala nnyo kulandagga. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. Oba mwami Kintu y'anaakiddamu, oba Dokita MubiruMusoke, n'asanyuka okubawuliza bannaye. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala.
Naawe weebale nnyo, weebale ddala. And at this point, anyone who would like ayagala okusooka okuddamu ekibuuzo ekyo, I'll call upon any one of you to take it on.
I can say this. Given what I've seen going on here in Washington, D.C., if you are a high-ranking official in the department, you don't have to be the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of State, or Secretary of Defense, but any other high-ranking official, that you have to go on a trip to a certain country whereby you are required to have a visa. You do not go to that country's embassy to apply for a visa. Rather, a simple clerk, carries your passport and goes to that embassy and tells them that my boss, here is his passport or her passport, needs to travel to Sudan or to Argentina or wherever, or Botswana, and they put in the visa. Doesn't even have to go there to pick up the passport. This messenger will go there and get the passport, bring it back to the boss, and off you go to the airport and fly to your destination for whatever business. Now, the same thing, if you have to renew that passport, at least here in the United States, you do not have to go physically to the passport office. Your secretary can mail it. You don't even have to do it yourself. Your secretary or your assistant will do it. Now, in a small country like Uganda, to make a Kabaka physically go to the passport office for whatever reason, either to renew or to sign papers physically, is a disgrace. It is another way of saying you are nothing. We are above you. That's the only way I can answer your question. Now, with regards to the East African passport, I do not want to go into speculation what it will be like either for a Kabaka or for a simple person like Johnny Matovu from Bweyogerere. I don't know what they are going to do. We leave that up to those people and up to the time when such a thing is implemented. Right now, we would be just speculating. Thank you.
So much. And if there's anyone else on the panel who wants to speak on that regard, uh, please do let me know. But if that's not the case, I'll continue to our next question. So our next question was directed to you, Senior Chintu, and it's more so of a comment. And this came from Mama Comfort Onye, and it reads, Senior Remegius Chintu, let us be on our sides. On our side, with Malema, he demands that the UN and their development aid get out of Africa so that Africans can do it for themselves. This was a comment in regards to you, Mr. Chitu. If you'd like to speak on this, do let me know. But if not,
Now, thank you. Yes, I know I have never met Mr. Malema, but I sure admire his originality and his stand on defending our Africanism. When he says that foreign aid should be out of Africa, I certainly cannot disagree with him. If you remember, in one of my statements here on this channel some time ago, I quoted Ambassador Ferguson. Those of you who are in Uganda will remember Ambassador Ferguson was the first Black American US ambassador to Uganda. When he was back from Uganda, there was a lot of debate in the US Congress, the justification of US foreign aid to African countries. And the argument was, these bloody Africans, we have given them millions and millions of our dollars, and yet they are not even siding with us in what we are doing. And I think it was during the Kuwait War. And so the argument from the political strings here in Congress was, we should cut off foreign aid to these bloody African countries which are not siding with us. And Ambassador Ferguson stood up and they wrote a very nice piece in the Washington Post. He said, I hear you people arguing that these African countries are not supporting our international position, in the quote. I understand your anger that they have really pissed you off and they are even too corrupt that the money we have given them has not done what it's supposed to do. And all the accusations you have placed on foreign aid are correct. But let me tell you, my fellow Americans, each dollar we give to these countries in foreign aid brings back $3. So you have a choice. Do you want to cut off foreign aid so that we can lose the $3 we are getting back for each dollar? The bottom line is, who is benefiting from foreign aid? We are the ones benefiting from foreign aid because each dollar we give out brings back $3. And all those people who were opposed to foreign aid, they shut up immediately. There was no more discussion. Case closed. So foreign aid is not benefiting us as Africans. It is benefiting them who give us the foreign aid. I gave you an example in one of my discussions here. that when the American government says we are going to give $10 million in foreign assistance or foreign aid or budget support, whatever the justification is, they do not cut a check and send it to you, but rather they determine what this aid is going to be like. For example, if it is a question of foreign aid in terms of food, they'll go to Kansas and buy the wheat or the rice or the corn. The farmer in Kansas who was sitting there with surplus wheat that he had nowhere to sell it, now he has received an offer from his own government that we are going to buy it from you and we are going to ship it to the Kenyans or Ugandans or Mozambiquans. Then the shipping company, which had a ship sitting somewhere in Baltimore, almost about to sail half empty, now the shipping company is given 10 tons of wheat and they are going to be paid for shipping that wheat to Mozambique. The insurance company in Chicago, which insures commodity transportation, is being given a free contract, a new contract. Hey, we are going to ship 10 tons of wheat. How much do you charge as insurance for this cargo? Oh, we'll charge $500,000. Good. Now that insurance company has earned $500,000 for insuring the cargo from Kansas to Baltimore and from Baltimore to Mombasa or to Maputo. Now you see how they are making money? At the end of the day, you people in Nairobi or in Maputo or wherever this wheat has gone are going to receive bags of wheat. And by the way, I didn't even mention the company which makes the bags has also received a contract to produce bags specially designed saying free wheat from the United States to the people of Mozambique, because they have to print these new bags. They just don't pick up any bags from anywhere. So that company also received a contract of producing these bags. You see how that all goes into this package of the $10 million they told you we have given you for an aid of $10 million. By the time that wheat arrives in Maputo or in Mombasa, the $10 million has already been spent in the United States. If they did not give this foreign aid to Mozambique or to Kenya or Uganda for that matter, this farmer in Kansas would be sitting with this surplus wheat. The insurance company which insured the shipment will have no new contract of where it will earn maybe $250,000. The ship which is going to sail, which has to sail from Baltimore to Mombasa, will go without this new cargo. It will have other cargoes whereby maybe it earned $30 million, but it will miss this new cargo whereby it is going to charge another $2 million. You see? And all the people handling are earning income. The bottom line is these people make money in the so-called foreign aid. When they tell you we have given you foreign aid for rural development or whatever, they have already designed which materials are going to go in. There was a joke back in the 1960s when this whole idea of foreign aid had just started. The US government built several schools in East Africa. One of them was Tororo Girls School. There was one in Zanzibar. Now, those of you who are from Tororo will remember this. The Tororo Girls School, which was built by U.S. foreign aid, even the light bulbs were shipped in from America. The windows were shipped in from America. It's not your local carpenter who was given a contract to to manufacture windows for this new girls' school in Tororo. It's not the maybe what we used was the UEB electricity. However, everything else was shipped in from the United States. Who was getting the contract? It's not your local producers in Tororo or Busia. Now, about the school in Zanzibar, which made more headlines, that they even wanted to ship the sand that went into mixing the cement from the United States, until some people said, hell no. How could you ship sand from America when Zanzibar is full of sand? But that's the way it is. So when Malema says to hell with foreign aid, he's damn right. But that's a radical stand to take, because you are now poking in their eyes. And who is going to sit there and let you put your finger in his eye? You have to find a nice way of bringing it around, which Malema has failed to do. But of course, what can I say? That's Malema. We need to understand foreign aid and what it does. In many countries, there was foreign aid in Tanzania. In fact, I quoted it in my new book. There was a manufacturer of mosquito nets. And those of you who have been to Dar es Salaam, you can't sleep in a bed without mosquito nets. There was a manufacturer of local mosquito nets. The US government found a way of killing this young new industry by donating 10,000 mosquito nets from the United States to Tanzania. By so doing, they gave a contract to a manufacturer of mosquito nets. I don't know whether he was from New Jersey or Illinois, wherever. Anyway, an American manufacturer produced those mosquito nets. The US government paid for them. They were shipped to Tanzania and instantly killed the local factory which was producing local mosquito nets, because he couldn't compete with an influx of brand new free mosquito nets. After this factory died, then, and as you know, the mosquito nets are not going to last forever. When they have been, torn up, you need new mosquito nets. They have created a dependence. You will have to come back to the Americans because you don't have any local produce anymore. The local industry has been killed. So they have now created an overseas market for their producer of mosquito nets from Texas or from Louisiana. That is foreign aid. So we have to be very careful when we are accepting foreign aid. As I said earlier, once we get rid of this dictatorship and we set up our own new Uganda under our control, whereby we determine our destiny, we can negotiate with these people what kind of trading we're going to do with them, because we need them and they need us. But we are not going to accept being the kind of puppets that they just do this to us and we say, yes, sir. So all I can say, all the power to Mr. Malema. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Chitu, for that. I think that I think with that we've fully covered the question. For the next question, and this question also is coming from Madam Comfort Onye, and this one I would like to direct this one to both Dr. Musoke and the other one to also. There are two questions to also Professor Lugemwa, and this is because these questions are directly addressing how federal will work in Uganda's case, and being that both of you are part of two federal organizations, you could choose and pick which one you'd want to answer. The first one is, uh, uh, it reads, please, can you give us an insight to a federal taxation? And then the second one is, can you give us insights of a federal school curriculum? Because Museveni's government is still following the colonial one, which is not which is not in the interest of ancestral African knowledge.
Yeah. Do you want to go first or I go first, Dr. Musoke?
No, go.
Okay. Yeah. That's a very interesting question, and it's also complex. The question of taxation. Yeah, people, you got to taxes bring in money for the government to put infrastructure in place, build hospitals, roads, and everything we need in our daily lives. Taxes are going to be there. Taxes are necessary. The formulas you use for taxation depend on the type of federalism that will be negotiated. There will be federal taxes, local taxes, state taxes, depending on the model that is going to be used. That's a complex area that I can't, discuss in one session. All I can say is that there has you will pay taxes. There has to be a structure whereby the central government, the regional governments, the local governments are collecting money to be able to run the functions of their respective governments. So you will pay maybe more than one type of tax. That is a given. It's very difficult to get out of that. But while I'm talking about taxes, there is also a question of if we renegotiate our unity and some states are richer than others, then what happens? Karamoja might be one of the richest states actually because of the minerals. But then you have states that don't have a lot of resources, but they want autonomy. How are they going to run their governments, build these structures, administration, etc., etc.? There is what we call equalization grants. You take a little from the rich ones into a common pot, and then you give that to the other states that are lacking, so that you bring together all the states are almost equal. And of course, as for residents, one can say, oh, I'm going to live in Karamoja, and another one is going to say, okay, I want to live there. So there is a movement as long as you pay the taxes, and there is that equalization grants to make sure that the different states are almost at the same point, the starting point. I will leave Mr. Musoke talk about school curriculum and maybe a little bit more about taxation.
Thank you. I think you've answered the question very well on taxation. We can only give you examples. Say in Germany, the federal system has power to impose taxes on certain elements or businesses, and then the state also has its powers to impose its own taxes. These vary very widely. The same is true in Switzerland, for example. Switzerland has 20 cantons, and you may not be aware of this, but the Switzerland is the same size as Buganda. It's like Buganda being a federal state with the 18 Massacres or counties being autonomous and determining their taxes, literally. The taxes vary very much structurally. For example, manufacturing is taxed very differently from retail businesses. The there is the element of sharing, which Professor Lugemwa touched on. In other words, your federal taxes may be less than they should be for another state because of your status, economic status. So it is quite complex. Yeah, I think we will come back, I think, to elaborate on this, to compare, for example, the Germany system and the Swiss system. Switzerland, by the way, it had one of the banking system where the Africans took their money to hide it from they stole the money from the state, and they took it to Switzerland. And at one point, these accounts had only numbers, and many of them were forfeited when the money is overthrown. Say, I mean, and he had an account in Switzerland, and after some time, there's nobody in charge of that account. The state takes all the money from those accounts, the secret, so-called secret accounts. That was the federal state. That is not the states. The federal state could confiscate all that money if nobody is claiming it. Recently, they changed the law, and disclosure. You cannot open accounts just like they used to without a name, and so on and so on. The Switzerland again is a good example when it comes, for example, to transportation. It is a hilly country, and the federal system is responsible for these for communication, for the roads, because some of these roads have to go through the mountains. only the federal system can manage to dig a tunnel through a mountain to go to the other side, and in Switzerland. And then these tunnels, then the local state, the canton, can tax whoever is going through these tunnels, and so on and so on. But this deserves a separate presentation. As to schools, the same thing. Schools, there are many in the United States, for example. All the schools free education is for every child is entitled to go to school, and if they even have buses. I wish we had these buses in Bukunja where to walk like almost 10 miles to go to school. But the state also here in the United States uh, has they have a taxation for to provide these services like hospitals, schools, and so on. The formula will vary from place to place, but generally the schools in the United States, that is it's up to before you go to university, they are free. You know, nobody is going for school fees and so on, and so that's something you. By the way, I understand in Uganda, I read a story where they are saying schools, the teachers are not effective. The students cannot read up to grade 6. They are unable to read. That is they remove corruption, though. You know, it's corruption is the main problem, which is a totally different issue, a totally different which you are going to face to deal with. Uh, uh, Education, higher education, Professor Lugemwa is much better informed about this. The state university where he teaches is run by the state, not by the federal state, but by the state of Pennsylvania. Same with the Massachusetts, same with New York. Every state has its own university, and they run it. They appoint the vice chancellors and whoever they are. You know, but that another issue that deserves a comprehensive approach before before you decide which uh, system you want in Uganda, and how do you want to run it. And so I, I don't know whether I've answered the question, but here the real issue is the division between the powers of the state, federal state, and the powers of the state within the system. Uh, so you can divide those as you want. You can uh, come up with various many formulas around. You know, you can choose from, and especially for us in Uganda, where infrastructure is rudimentary. I mean, Museveni has been in power for 36 years, and he has not even doubled the tarmac roads. You know, the same roads which existed under colonial regime are the same one, and yet they have all these institutions, the national roads, whatever, service, Kajina here, Kajina there, you know, being in charge, and all the money goes into corruption. Anyway, I'll stop there. If anybody has, you know, another formulation of a question formulated differently, that I can come back. But the virtue of federalism cannot be underestimated here. It grants autonomy to every federal state to run its own affairs. When you go to, for example, the powers some powers are concurrent. That is, they belong both to the federal government and to this province. In Canada, the federal is called the province, and then some powers are described as concurrent. Concurrent means the federal state and the national government have responsibility for those particular powers. Depends on how the issues are, and when it comes to the judiciary, which I'm more familiar with, that also now when the federal court, the Supreme Court here, nullified or overruled Roe v. Wade. Now the powers were automatically went back to the states. The states now can do anything about abortion. So that's not the same thing as in Canada, where the powers are concurrent. In Canada, when they say concurrent, it means the state and the state government and the government have the same powers over the same issues. Say on environment, the environment may be under concurrent because the state is responsible. They may be responsible for protecting the environment. At the same time, the federal government may be so responsible for the same. But this is in Canada, it's not in the United States. So, see, there is a lot of the variation. These issues, I think, will best handled when we come back to deal with them specific rather than in a general way, like we are trying to do now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think partially the question's answered, but also another part is to be waited for when another segment comes back and it's fully addressed in its totality. So for the next one, we have a message. This is from Chicha Moesi, who is in California, and we'll go ahead and listen to two voice notes from the audience member.
Hello there. Thank you very much for today's program. It has been very awesome. You have presented it in as you usually do, in an excellent way. Thank you very much. I am. This is for. I have thanked you, Desire Nakauka. Now I want to go to my big brothers, the three who are in the studio. I'm so exalted. I'm so happy to see you there, and I thank you for the work well done, the advices, brother MubiruMusoke. Thank you very much, brother Lugemwa, brother Kintu Remegius. Thank you very much for the work well done. My name is Kitamues, calling from Los Angeles, California. I've called regarding your appeal or your request for all Ugandans to stand up, to uprise. I say that is the only way we can go to remove the dictator, so that we can instill the federalism. My only fear, a little fear, I would like maybe to hear from you how you think about it. How do you advise, how do you think about the virtue which is on Uganda's population? You can see right now the youth, which is the majority. I think the youth category of population should always be, in most countries, is taken to be the biggest portion of the population. And now Museveni deliberately did it. Museveni deliberately planned for it, and he has been sending them to the UAE, that is the United Arab Emirates. He deliberately did it to create a vacuum, and if it was the uprising, it would have been very easy. The youth always give the way for the uprising. But now, currently, as we speak of now, in Uganda, there is a very big vacuum. The youth are not there. Those are the people who would encourage the old people like us and the younger ones to go and fight the regime, to stand up against the dictatorship. How do you think we can, because this is the Museveni, I know, he did it, he planned it, and he's still doing it. You can see how many people outflows, how many, and most all of them are the young ladies and young men, the youth. So we are having a problem there that it should have been them to lead the way. You can see, we witnessed it during the election 2021. Bob Wine's campaigns and whatever. It was the youth who spearheaded everything. So I would think, how do we? What do you think about it? What is your take? What advice do you give about that vacuum? How can we close it, or how can we do what? Tuziba tutya vacuum eyo. How can we gap it? So that is my own fear, but I know anytime something will have to take place in Uganda, will happen, because Omuganda ganti bw'onyigiriza nnyo ennyindo okola otya ogizaaza emize. This is what it is. Ugandans have been pushed to the wall. Now they have already reached to the wall. The only something which the action which has to take place is for them to push themselves from the wall to go and hit the enemy. So my only fear is that one. How do you think about what is your take? What do you advise? What do you see about it? How can we get around that vacuum, which was deliberately created by Museveni and his group, to remove the youth? Every day, every week, youth are being shipped out to all parts of the world. I think you all know. So that is my only fear. But otherwise, I thank you guys, my big brothers, and I thank the host, Desire Nakado, for today's program, which has been wholesome and very good. Crimes against the humanity. Thank you very much. I stay here in California, Los Angeles, as usual, Chitemues.
And before we address that, I'll play another message again from Chichamuwaisi.
Hello, our host and the guests in the studio. This is Chichamuwaisi once again. I wanted to add more a little bit on what I have earlier talked about, the vacuum of the youth in the Ugandan population. You can see if you go in these jails and the prisons all over the place, and the so-called safe custody, safe houses, you find only youth, the younger ladies and younger men are rotating, are dying in those in these jails. They are rotting there. So we have to think too much, because Museveni is deliberately doing this to the youth because of his fear. He knows it is the youth who can lead the way, who can stand up first. But now we should also now look at the elders. The elders should also now come in. They should also come in as a brother Kintu Musoke, brother Peter Peter Musoke said that we can go back to our roots and we organize from there. So that one also should put into consideration that right now we are having that problem, but how can we overcome that problem? So please think about it. Hello.
And those are the questions from Chichamwesi. If anyone at this moment in time would like to take that question on, I think the question is about the vacuum that this regime has created with the exportation of a lot of youth into, of course, what someone would term as or call modern day enslavement, really depopulating the nation of its labor, because not only that is also Ugandan labor being sold externally to the Middle East. How do we bridge that with, of course, a panel of elders of your caliber? How do you envision us bridging that relationship while we try to liberate ourselves?
Okay, can I comment on the youths and their value?
Yes. Hmm.
Yeah, the youths are very important. I always want to give examples.
Hmm.
1976, the Soweto riots were organized by the students. Actually, 14 of them were killed by the police, but their riot brought about change. Even the older people, the way they were thinking about the regime, that it can't be removed, disappeared, and everybody became uh, hopeful that actually change is possible. And so our youths, I think I'm also looking at Chagulanyi as a youth, and definitely his music. Museveni may not love it very much because it hits him hard sometimes. But definitely the youth have a role to play. They have to be given the red light, that the unit have to wake up, that the country is actually theirs. For some of us, just a few years to live. But the youths, they're just beginning. So that should wake them up and say, oh my gosh, I can't live on under a regime like this, which is so brutal, which is violating my human rights, or for that matter, my grandmother's rights, my grandfather's rights. So I have to take some action. The word virtue was used. I don't think it's the appropriate word actually to describe the situation. This is an issue of mobilization. Just as in South Africa, the riots of the students woke up everybody. And the old, the young, everybody woke up and said, oh, my goodness, this is possible. Museveni's terror, and I use that word advisedly, he uses terror that if you terrorize, you will necessarily prevent change from taking place. Well, I use for you, Museveni. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. They were more terroristic than you are. They kept hundreds and thousands of people like Sakharov, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, they were jailed for no good reason, and yet the Soviet Union doesn't exist. So Museveni, if you think that your terrorism is going to be enough to keep you in power for life, forget it. Social change is nobody has a control over social change. Social change comes when people are oppressed, as a matter of fact. The more you oppress us, the more courageous we become to confront you and determined to fight you in all ways. And this, as far as I know, has happened in history. Soviet Union doesn't exist no more. And yet they used to send people to labor camps, to hundreds and thousands, actually millions. If you read the Alexander book, Gulag Archipelago, the Gulag Archipelago, the brutality that the Soviet Union did not guarantee its survival forever. The South Africa, the same. The brutality of the regime, did not guarantee its survival. So Museveni, take a notice. No amount of terror is going to prevent change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if there is no other, I think Senior Chintu, you're trying to speak to also the same question.
It's not true that there is a vacuum in spite of selling our young people for spare parts in Arab countries and the Far East. We still have a good supply of young people. And as always, it is the youth who always bear the biggest burden of creating change. Here in the United States, it was the youth who were the backbone of the civil rights movement. Some of these old punks, and I'm right to use that word because I asked one of them what was going on. He said those old punks were hiding in the bedrooms when we were out there facing the police dogs and the police beatings. And of course, as you know, those guys, Stokely Carmichael, John Lewis, they were in their early 20s or 19, something like that. And that's the case. That's the way it was. Now, when we look at other countries where change has happened, I want to give you a few comparisons. Corazon Aquino in the Philippines, facing the mighty Marcos, brought together a whole, and I call it a sea of people, the young, the middle-aged, and the elderly, marching towards the palace. It was a mass movement that really affected change. Now, can you imagine if these people who went out there, what was it? The number was 80,000 people, were directed to march towards Entebbe? We would have seen change today. In Cairo, the Egyptians went out on the street. But if you look at the Egyptians who went out on the street, they were the young people, the elderly, the professionals, the religious leaders, everybody. Because I remember there was an interview on CNN, I think it was either CNN or Al Jazeera. Some of those guys were professors at universities. Others were business owners. They were out on the streets as Egyptians. We saw the same thing in Khartoum with the Sudanese uprising. These people stood as Sudanese. We have seen the same thing with the Congolese people, our next door neighbors. They stand up as Congolese people, not as supporters of one political party or the other, or as members of one tribe or the other. No, they stand up as Congolese. What has gone wrong with the Ugandans? And I think I will attribute this to Museveni. He has manipulated the opposition thoroughly well, to the point that you are not seeing a movement of Ugandans. You are seeing a portion of Ugandans standing up as opposed to the rest of the Ugandans. And that's wrong. The stand-up should be as Ugandans, from whichever tribe, from whichever political party you support, but you stand as a Ugandan. Now, if we look deep into who are organizing these so-called stand-ups, it is people who have been planted in the opposition, basically, to use the Luganda phrase, as Chiguma Zangente Muchoto, to camouflage and suffocate a possibility of effective uprising.
Dingira abaana abafuluma eggwanga. Dingira abaana betufulumya eggwanga. Otunula n'amaaso ne gakoma.
It is a shame that we have failed to stand up as Ugandans. Who is exporting those young people out of the country? It is these two occupiers. You're going to find that they are all being exported by specific companies owned by two occupiers. And some of those kids, when they get there, they are going to be torn in pieces and their spare parts are going to be sold. And who is benefiting the profits? Among them, Janet Museveni, Ruabogo, and others. We know this and they know it. That's why they are so pissed off with us, because we expose their crap. And yet, when you look at the so-called opposition, the same people planted in there to confuse and suffocate possible opposition. That is why you are not going to see people like Professor Lugemwa standing up there joining hands with these people, because they will tell you, oh, you are too old, we don't need you. I have never heard this statement coming out of people who are rising up in opposition in a Khartoum or in Egypt or the Philippines or anywhere else, not even among the Congolese. And yet in Uganda, this is what is going on. Then after a while, they will tell you, oh, you, the elder people, are not supporting. No, we are not here to support an individual. We are not here to support a political party. If we are going to stand as FDC, then you're alienating all the other Ugandans. If you stand as a NUP and you come as a NUP, you're alienating all the other Ugandans. And by the way, you do not change a dictator by dancing on the street. Now, we have seen pictures of those people who went out to run in the Kabaka's birthday celebration. If those people had been directed effectively in a regime change, they could have accomplished what Corazon Aquino accomplished against Marcos. Definitely, these Tutsis would shoot a few of them. But anyway, how many are being shot even when you are not doing anything serious? Why don't you die on the front line than dying in your bed sleeping, or dying in those Arabian countries when they tear your intestines out? And that's the choice we Ugandans have to make. And this is what we are calling people to wake up to. That don't be bluffed by people who are suffocating your capacity to think and act.
Thank you so much, Senior Chitu, for that. And I think at this point, Professor Lugemwa would like to, if you'd like to also address this question, and if not, we can go on to the next question.
I just want to give some numbers here. So Uganda, we are about to maybe 43 million people. 70% are below the age of 40. So that leaves about 30 million. If you say, okay, 20 to 40 years old, those who can really get engaged, maybe you have 15 million. The exodus is big, but I think we have the numbers if people are ready for change. Yeah, the numbers are there. But also we have to act quickly because at that rate, yeah, people are being taken out of the country as slaves, and it's heartbreaking. But currently we have the numbers, and it takes a long time to drain or to create the so-called vacuum.
Thank you all for addressing that question. I will move on to the next question, and this is from Peter Simon in the UK. I think question or comment, I'll go ahead and play it.
Hello, this is Peter Simon here in Central London. I would like to express my gratitude to the panel tonight. Thank you very much. It's been quite a healthy debate and quite elaborate. But I have a question for Mr. Remegius Kintu. Mr. Kintu, I find you a very knowledgeable old man and quite experienced, gone through the years of experience. But I am finding it a bit of, I get perturbed and disturbed quite often. I've heard you in your statements and I've made comments before when you say that the problem of Uganda are Batusi. Batusi in a bracket, generalizing, that's where I have a trouble. I think we should graduate from this kind of reasoning emotional debate. Let's us be more logical. More logical. You cannot blanket the entire tribe or race. Like I would say, all Baganda are very beautiful, all Baganda good or bad. No. And when you turn around and say the enemy of Uganda are Batusi, I beg to disagree. There are people, Batusi origin, who don't agree with Museveni. You've had people in Rwanda who are Batusi who are fighting Kagame's regime. Similarly, when you say that when we get power, we shall kick them out. Come on, man, who kicks out who? You come to me, no, you open up walls of instead of building reconciliation that we live together in peace and harmony and build reconciliation. That is the approach I would suggest. We need to build reconciliation, work together, live in harmony. But otherwise, if you think of fighting a war, of throwing anyone else, who knows? When you go on the battlefield, who knows? You might come up with the idea of throwing me out, and I end up throwing you out instead. But we don't want that scenario. Therefore, I think we should be advocating for unity, reconciliation, and live together like brothers and sisters. Nobody owns any piece of land on this planet Earth. Thank you.
And I think that is addressed to you, Senior Kintu. But if anyone else on the panel wishes to take on this comment or this question, please feel free to do so.
Question over and over in the last couple of weeks. So it is not new. And I told him, please go and tell your brother Kagame and Museveni the same message of peaceful coexistence with other people. After you've told him that, then you can come and report to me what his answer was. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you. And I think, yet again, we have addressed this on several occasions and answered this similar line of questioning on several occasions. And the stance still remains that in order to even talk about peaceful negotiations or how Ugandans want to deal with their problems, you cannot violate and come and tell Ugandans how to deal with their problems. So at the end of the day, as we go on forward, within this similar line of questioning, because we've received it so many times, let us make sure that we bring a different angle to it if we want the conversation to actually go advance. But without it advancing, we're just then taking up space to answer the same question to the same person continuously. We can play back programs of the same line of questioning being asked and the same answer being given. But we appreciate that you're on the program, watching the program, and on the show. But please let us be refreshing about the questions that we ask and the comments that we wish to give, as time is of the essence always. We're at war and we don't have time in war to revise the same wound. So we'll go on to the next questions, and these are from Prisna Chivinge from Germany. So I'll go ahead and play these ones.
UNA mwebali kutuweereza desire webali kuweereza mukadde waffe Mr. Remegius Kintu, Professor Lugemwa ne Dr. waffe mulungi MubiruMusoke. Nze ngenda kuteesa mu Luganda. Omanyi bwe tulabako okuba professor nga mu abawangaalidde eyo, tuba twagala tugere ddala mu lulimi lwe mutegeera naffe tusobola okwogereramu nga tuwulira nti kyetubuuzizza kitegeerekese. Nze nina ebibuuzo byange bibiri. Ekibuuzo ekisooka kigenda ku Mutanda obwakabaka bwaffe. Tukimanyi bulungi nti Buganda nsi, yadde oluusi tukiteekawo nti tufe tugamba yali nsi, naye nsi eyawambibwa nga 24 May 1966. Bakadde baffe babadde mu byobufuzi, mwali mutuddeko awo nga bwe mutakabana ennyo okuzzaawo Uganda eyawamu. Mwali mutuddeko awo ne mutakabana ennyo okutunula mu kulumbiwa kwa Buganda mu 1966 24 May. Mwali mukozeyo olukiiko ne mwekuŋŋaanya ng'abasajja Abaganda abagezi abasomye, kubanga okuwaŋŋangusa Muteesa, ebyawaŋŋangusisa ebyalumbisa olubiri, Muteesa kwe kugaana okusayininga ebiwandiiko Cohen bye lyamuwa okusayininga ng'atunda eggwanga lye n'agaana. Ne bwe yali e Bungereza nga bamuwaŋŋangusizza baamukaka akkirize nti Obote ye pulezidenti, n'agaana okuwaayo abantu be. Kakati nga mmwe ba senior leaders ddala mu Buganda mwali mutuddeko awo ekintu ekyo ne musalawo mukikubaganyeko ebirowoozo, kubanga okutabanguka kwa Uganda kwonna kutandikira awo 24 May. Ng'oggyeko eri okuwambibwa kwa Ssekabaka Mwanga, kubanga wonna wonna Abazungu bali bateekateeka kuwamba nsi yaffe Buganda, era okutuyingiza mu kipooli kya Uganda asaazo mwe tulwana okuva tugende mu federal byatandikira eri nga bipangibwa naye nga ba senior leaders tebafaayo kutunula kukola investigations kukola risk analysis kugamba kwetegereza kiki ddala ekigenda mu maaso era ki ekiyinza okutaasa embeera eno n'okulaba nga baziyiza ebisobola okujja mu maaso. Kati nga tuteesa okugenda mu federal mwali mutuddeko awo ne mukola investigation ku ekyo ekintu n'okukola analysis ddala ku kuwambibwa kwa Buganda kubanga abasinga bakifunza nti Obote yalumba Muteesa naye ng'ekyamazima Bungereza yali erumba Buganda ng'eyita mu Obote. Kaakati bakadde baffe ensonga eyo ssaawa zino tulaba nti ebyatuuka ku Muteesa bituuse ku Mutebi nga tulaba naye nga wabaddewo ba senior leaders mu Buganda okuva olubiri lwe lwawambibwa okuva Muteesa bwe yaŋŋangusibwa Obote Amini Museveni naye nga abakulu mu Buganda ensonga eno bajje balama batuula bo nga bazannya byabufuzi ebyobufuzi bye bamanyi nti ebyobufuzi bikontrolingibwa baki bali abatemu abazungu ng'ekitutaasa ffe wano ddala ngaffe mu Buganda z'ennono zaffe kubanga ennono ye constitution yaffe kale ne tutabikamu bino eby'ekizungu okusobola okutambulira ku mutindo ku mulembe oba nga we baguyita ne tekinologi naye nga ekitugaadinga ekikuuma security yaffe yennono era ennono zezikuumya ensi nga olaba zino ez'Abawalabu China Japaani naye ate ffe tukulembeza bino ideology zino ez'Abazungu kuba bo tebalina nnono ennono zaabwe butemu na kubba. Ekyo nkimaze mbadde nsaba oba mwali mutuddeko ne mukirowoozaako oba ne kati kijja kusigala nga temukirowoozezaako tujje tukwate federo naye nga tetufuddeeyo kutunula mu ebyo nti ne Kabaka anaddako era naye tumugayaalirire kubanga muba ba senior politicians abantu be bawuliriza ne babawabya bwe bitabuka bo ne badduka ne basigala nga abantu ffe tufa naye nga abayitaddewo embeera abantu gye balina okugoberera tebagitaddeewo bateekawo ebyo ebiteeka ssente zaabwe mu nsawo oba ntegerekesa akantu ako. Ekibuuzo ekirala kye mbuuza kikwatagana na embeera gye tulimu ssaawa zino nti Uganda ssaawa zino bali mututwala mu East Africa nti Museveni ne babbi banne bafuna amaanyi agasobola okuba nga beetaasa nti Museveni bamulumbye Tanzania ejja muyamba ne Rwanda ne Congo kale nga bwe bakola ekintu kyabwe kuba tuyinza okuba tetumanyi nnyo biri munda naye nga tumanyi Tanzania of course kuva dda erwanyisa ddala Tanzania erwabadde erwanyisa Buganda ebbanga lyonna naye ng'egirwanyisa mu kasirisi kati ssaawa zino bajja kusobola ddala okulwana openally nga balimu bakoze ejje eryawamu. Kati nze mbuuza tetulina gye tusobola nga mu abasajja abagezi abasobola okuwandika balina history wa Uganda kubanga tulaba nti Ssekabaka Muteesa yali kutandika ku Ssekabaka Daudi yali yawakanya East Africa Muteesa naye n'awakanya tewali nga kuba kati abantu baffe abasinga tebamanyi kabi kali mu kino ekintu kubanga abantu baffe tebaasoma abasinga bannaye mukimanyi nti the secret behind freedom is education. The same way the secret behind tyranny is keeping people ignorant. Nti abantu baffe ya East Africa tebabitegeera tebamanyi kabi kayinza kujja bo bagamba kati ngaye baali bazimba enguudo e Congo bagamba tuzimba enguudo Congo Uganda kulaakulana era ne bakuba engalo because they don't know tebamanyi the logic behind these things. Kati kibamu bakadde baffe abamanyi ekyokukola ne balambika abantu baffe nga bakozewo n'okukolawo ekintu kati tulaba nti waliyo emisango lwedde egiriyo egigaana n'okwemulugunya temusobola kubaako mukwatagana ne parties ez'enjawulo ne organizations ez'enjawulo olwedde eziriwo ezirwanyisa ekintu ekyo ne mulaba engeri gye tublockinga Uganda okuba nti yeyongera mu maaso mu East African Federation nga eno bwe tulwana naye engeri olwedde waliyo nga tutaddeyo ku ekijinji waliwo akakodyo ke bakola wano ku ttaka nti ettaka basobola okulisekako caveage nga process bwe bitambula bwe tunaalwanira tuguse tujjeko Museveni nga ebya East Africa bitambula temulaba nga kiyinza otukosaamu. Kati nze mbuuza, waliwo amagezi ge tuyinza okukola okulaba nga tusooka ne tuteekayo oba musango oba ne tuwandikira ezo ensi ne tubagamba ffe nga tetunaba kwetereza mu kino na kino, oba ddala ffe nga Buganda tetukkiriza mu East African Federation olw'ensonga ABCD, ne tuteekayo okwemulugunya kwaffe okwo nga mukikoze nga mutudde nga mu abasajja abagezi? Kisoboka oba tekisoboka? Ekyokubiri, waliwo ambi Museveni ke yayogereramu mu anniversary yali simanyi oba yali anniversary naye nga kwali kujjukira Muteesa, n'agamba yakkanya ne Muteesa Buganda ekkirize egende mu East African Federation era ne bakkiriziganya, era Muteesa yafa musanyufu nnyo ku kya East African Federation nga Museveni bw'ati bw'amatiza abali mu eyo mwogwo omukolo. Akatambi ako nja kusaba ttiimu ya union ekanoonye ku mikolo egimu egyali gijaguza okujjukira Ssekabaka Muteesa owookubiri nga Museveni amatiza abali ku mukolo nga ne Katikkiro waali n'abalimba Muteesa yafa akkiriza Uganda yegende mu East African Federation ne bakuba n'engalo, I remember. Naye ng'ekintu ekyo Muteesa teyakikola. Naye ye Museveni sebe yamatiza abantu era ndowooza kwendabira ddala nti ne Kabaka Mutebi yagenda n'aggyayo East African passport naye nga Muteesa takikkirizangako. So ekintu ekyo bannange tusaba mutukubire mu ttooki, kisoboka oba tekisoboka okuyimiriza East African Federation nga tukyalwana zino entalo endala? Tukozesezza amateeka kyembadde ntegeeza nga tutaddeyo ensonga zaffe nga ziviira ddala eri ku Dawudi Chwa ne kati n'ebiriwo n'ennono zaffe n'obuntu bwaffe okulaba nga bugenda kuba butaataaganyizibwa olw'ekintu kye tutakkirizamu ate nga n'atutwalayo si Munnayuganda. N'ekyo nakyo tusobola okukiteekamu nti indigenous Uganda tasobola tusalirawo nga ffe Bannayuganda. Ddala ffe nga Buganda neyanziza bassebo.
And those are the questions from Prince Nachiwenge. And at this moment, there's two parts to the question. If anyone on the panel would like to address the two parts or just one of them, feel free to do so.
Bannange nga bakyerowooza nze kanzije pozi tugenda mu luzungu. Okay. Omulangira Nakibenge nkwebaza nnyo ebibuuzo ebyo ebibiri. Okusooka nze kanjogere ku lwaffe ku by'ekibiina ekyaffe ekya Uganda Federal Union. Lwaki twagala Federal Union mu Uganda? Awo kwegamba bw'oyagala tukube torch. Twagala Bannayuganda bonna, wherever they are, they have a right to protect their culture and self-determination. And federal system is designed exactly to do that. So, have we ever been seriously, serious to think about this situation? Yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come up with. We can send you our constitution, and you can read it yourself. All the objectives that the achievements we want to achieve that federation in Uganda. Yes, the answer to your question, whether or not we have ever been serious to tackle this problem, we wouldn't have been talking about federalism without in the ground. That's the foundation on which we will base all our political objectives. Once we achieve that, that will be, I think, the beginning, not the end, the beginning of the end, probably. Okuwambibwa kwa Mutesa is a very touchy, long story. I remember, yeah, Mutesa too was a very brave man. I remember that. The date you've mentioned, on the 24th of May, 1966, the attack on the Lubiri. I was in a secondary school, and I saw with my own eyes the counter wars walking not on the street but through the Nsiko, going to fight in the Rubiri. I was impressed. These were fearless people. They had one gun. Each one of them had one gun, but and they were wearing their uniform, by the way, the Kawana war uniform, the one they wore during the Second World War. And I was impressed. I'll never forget that day and those people. I knew what they were fighting for, and fighting for the same thing. I don't have to convene a big rally, a big conference to explain that. That's part of my right, protected by the International Covenant on Socio-Economic and cultural rights. On the Federation of East Africa, yes, I know that Mutesa, one of the reasons why Governor Cohen deported him in 1953 was because he opposed Uganda joining with Tanzania and Kenya to form a federation. So he saw the danger then, and we should see the danger today. Now, Museveni is talking about East African Federation. Kakumpanya, a man who does not believe in a federation within Uganda. Why should you like a federation in East Africa? Kiraga kyokka, Kabbi, Kalimba, Katemu. I can't elaborate those. Those words should explain what this is. Museveni, he refused to think about federal in Uganda, and he said, "Oh, what we need is a regional tier." I remember the Semogerere was the Katikiro then, and they were talking about federal regional tier within Uganda. In other words, Museveni was against federation of within Uganda, which a large population of the Baganda within the submitted their views to the Odochi Commission to form a federal system in Uganda, and it was swept under the rug. Now, why am I raising this? Just to give you a good understanding of the character and the personality of Museveni. If you are against a federation in Uganda, why are you so eager to get a federation in East Africa? He thinks, well, he will become because he thinks he's such a senior leader among the leaders of the East African community, that automatically he will become a leader. That's why he's preparing Muhoozi, president of Uganda, and Museveni to be president of East Africa. If we can see this, it's in the glass, we can understand it. And there is Odochi. I think many of you remember who Odochi was. He was the chairman of the Constitutional Commission, which supposedly gathered ideas, original ideas from Ugandans, which were supposedly put in the constitution. Some of those ideas demanded a federal system. It doesn't appear anywhere. But let me also mention to you, Article 3 of 1995 Constitution says that every Ugandan has an obligation to fight for the 1995 Constitution so that it is not overthrown. Where did that Article 3 come from? It came from Article 136 of the Mexican Constitution, word by word. This was not an idea that was proposed by the so-called people in the RCs who wrote 35,000 reports from the RCs. There wasn't that Article 3 did not come from the Ugandans. It came from Mexico Constitution, Article 136, word by word. Now, why am I pointing out all this? This commission was chaired by Odochi. Odochi also now is in the process of drafting the East African Federation Constitution. Obviously, he was appointed by Museveni. So you imagine Museveni, who doesn't like it, federalism in Uganda, loves federalism in East Africa. Kalimba, Kabi, there is nothing else. There are no other words I can use to describe him. I mean, given the facts I've given you, what else can you, conclusion can you reach? So when we are discussing this issue, the making of the East African Federation, each state, Kenya, Uganda, Congo, wherever they are, must vote unanimously to accept to join the federation, or else they stay out of the East African Federation. That's our right. And that's what I advocate. And that's what I urge every Ugandan, every Kenyan, every Tanzanian. You can't impose a federation on people. If the people have to vote, the people who are sovereign, you can't force Ugandans to be part of the East African Federation unless 60, 70, 80% of the population of Uganda agree to join the federation. I would assume the same would apply to Kenya, Tanzania, to all the others, all the other components of the East African Federation. So this is not a problem that has no solution. I can say solution for it. And the solution lies in my right or the rights of the components that intended to form the federation. I don't know whether I've touched your question, whether I've answered it, or whether if I have answered it, or whether I have answered it satisfactorily. That is not the issue. The issue is we do understand what the problem is, and we are determined to fight that problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there's anyone else on the panel who would like to address that question, please feel free to go ahead. And if otherwise, we'll continue to our next question, which I'm assuming will be our last one. Okay, being that that is the case, we'll move on to our last question, and this is a question from Redmond, and I'll go ahead and play it.
I would like to thank our panelists, Desire, Senior Remegius Kintu, Professor Nelson Lugemwa, and Dr. MubiruMusoke. For me, generally, my challenge is that I want to look at this in a broader picture. I think the hugest problem is not only Uganda, but Africa as a whole, if I may say. We have this thing called the African Union, which in part condemns military coups, but fails to condemn coups against elections carried out by the people. Because oftentimes when dictators steal elections, the African Union doesn't actually come out to condemn all of these acts, but they are very quick to condemn military coups. Now, Africa being a country full of natural resources, I would expect that we as Africans, emphasis on study would be much more to do with material science, where people get to understand the contents and the chemical composition of these natural resources that we have. But none of these studies are actually emphasized all over Africa, So we get to export raw materials or raw minerals without having the proper knowledge of what they actually contain. It's a huge problem that we actually have as Africans, as well as Arabs, I guess, because I don't think that there are very many petroleum engineers who are Arabs. So the urge of the people who don't have these minerals, for them to actually read and understand them, is much more than us who have them. Yet we should have actually taken center stage in trying to understand, for instance, the chemical composition of gold. This knowledge should be put down to all levels of education, so that at least we get to understand the key things that we have. So I am of the view that our problems are broad-based. To solve our problems, we need a broad coalition of Africans who are willing to bring change across board. Thank you very much.
And if anyone on the panel wishes to take on that last question and comment on it, please feel free to. Senior Kintu, I see you would like to respond, so the stage is all yours.
Thank you. You've brought up a very good point. You mentioned the African Union. If you remember, we had the Organization of African Unity, OAU. It was killed, and one of the instrumental people in killing the OAU and created the AU was Thabo Mbeki. The OAU was formed by African leaders way back in the early 1960s. And those leaders, most of them, if not all of them, were truly patriotic nationalist leaders. And the foundation they laid was solid. Among their achievements was to liberate other colonies which were still under white domination, particularly Southern African countries, where white settlers were the dominant force against the Africans. Now, when they killed it and they formed the AU under the shrewd leadership of Thabo Mbeki, in that conference, there were non-Africans participating in the formation of the AU. In short, they diluted everything that we knew of as African unity. The AU was formed as an instrument to promote the growth of neo-colonialism, which we exposed very, very seriously in some of our previous lectures here when we brought up that little book, The Economic Hitman, and the details that go in it. So it was meant to make sure that Africa remains as a source of raw materials and minerals. Now, when you look at the African continent, since the formation of AU, there has been a dramatic increase in extractive investment. In other words, the capitalistic countries have increased dramatically their investment in mining minerals out of Africa. But there has been a decline, a dramatic decline of industrialization of Africa, which we all now know that the only way a country can develop is through industrialization. For you Ugandans, you should know this, that Jinja used to be our main growing industrial city. It is no longer so. All the industries were destroyed. Uganda grows coffee and cotton, and we used to export 40% of our cotton, but we are processing 60% of our cotton. At the moment, we are exporting 100% of our cotton production. In other words, we had nothing but growers of cotton. No more manufacturing anything out of our cotton grown in our gardens. To put more shame to AU, recently you knew of the fighting in Ethiopia between the Ethiopian government and the Tigris. And by the way, the Tigris were being supported by Museveni. The AU is headquartered in Addis Ababa. They saw the casualties right from their windows. And I don't know where you were. I don't know where I was, but I tell you, I tried to follow these things. I didn't see any response or reaction coming out of that so-called AU with respect to the death of thousands and thousands of people on both sides of the fighting force between the Tigris and the Ethiopian government. We have seen so many killings of innocent people in Cameroon between the French-speaking and the English-speaking. We saw no intervention of AU. We've seen people being killed in Nigeria. It is still going on anyway. I haven't seen any effective response from AU. We have seen the invasion of Congo by Uganda and Rwanda, and we haven't seen any response from AU. And you are right, but when there is a coup against one of the dictators, oh, they are up and ready to fight and condemn, which makes the AU a club of dictators and other bastards. but it's not an organization for African interests. It is also a shame to us as Africans, since we are big producers of minerals and petroleum. Oh, by the way, there are 10 African countries with oil, and the number is growing. Yet in all our African universities, we have a Department of English Literature and a drama, and you don't find a Department of Geology or Petroleum Engineering. I think there are only 2 or 3 universities on the entire continent whereby they teach geology. One of them is in Botswana, another one is in Cairo. But couldn't you expect Congo, Nigeria, Gabon, Benin, Angola, even Uganda and Kenya to have a Department of Geology to teach our people what we have in our own soil? No, we are not doing it. It's a shame. So there is a lot to be done when you are talking about liberating Africa. There is a lot to be done in changing the mindset. We still have African leaders and bureaucrats praising Muzungu as a savior. Not too long ago, you had that woman, I think that's the woman who is now so-called prime minister, telling people that we have to evict people from Sango Bay so that a foreign investor comes and plants palm trees. You are evicting these thousands of people to be evicted and send them where? To Mozambique or India? So that a foreign investor comes and plants palm oil because Uganda has a shortage of sabuni. Now, soap can be manufactured in all kinds of oils, but do you really have to evict people from their ancestral land so that this foreigner comes and plants palm oil, palm trees? Is that foreigner more important in the concept of our African sovereignty than the native people, whom, by the way, you are going to ask tomorrow, can you vote for me? Well, they are not going to vote for you if you kick them out of their land, and they are somewhere in India or Malaysia as slaves or immigrants. These are the tragedies of Africa. These are the tragedies of Uganda. That's why we are advocating liberating our country, regime change, establish a system of government which is designed by us as we want to rule ourselves. And we have expressed it many times. We have to have a federal system of government, and we have to have an economic policy that is designed by us to satisfy our interests and aspirations so that we can truly be masters of our own destiny. That's the only way I could answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Kintu. If there is anyone else who would like to address this question on African unity and where we stand in terms of liberating ourselves from the minuscule scope, which is, of course, us, and then from the full scale, which is, of course, the African continent.
I can add a few words. My fellow panelist, Remegius, Kintu, said that the African leaders, that is the founding fathers who were in power at the time of independence, these include Kenyatta of Kenya, Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and of course Milton Obote of Uganda. He described them as patriotic nationalists. I don't think they were patriotic nationalists. They were dictators. A dictator can't be a patriotic nationalist. In 1967, Nyerere proclaimed the Arusha Declaration, which established the foundation for socialism, a very repressive system, no freedom of speech. Museveni, I know he went to Dar es Salaam because he admired Nyerere, but the system Nyerere established, a one-party state, that cannot be, in my opinion, a patriotic nationalist. That's a dictator. And in 1992, Tanzania revoked that. They established a two-party system. Kwame Nkrumah, in 1957, he became, actually 1952, he became a chief minister, same thing as Benedicto Chiwanoka became chief minister in Uganda in 1961, and he became the prime minister in 57. In 1960, Kwame Nkrumah tore apart the independence constitution, which gave the regions of Ghana autonomy to govern themselves, and established a one-party system. He was a dictator, definitely. For example, Jomo Kenyatta, in 1965, he published a paper called the Sessional Paper Number 10. In that so-called Sessional Paper Number 10, he proclaimed African socialism. And on the basis of that, he dismantled the autonomous regions, which were, in fact, Kenya had a bicameral legislature. It was abolished in 1966 and 1969. Kenyatta abolished the multi-parties, established a one-party system. Kenyatta, I couldn't call him a patriotic nationalist. He was behind the assassination of Galma Pinto in 1965. He detained Jaramogi Odinga in 1966 because he was the vice president. He fired him and he put him under arrest. I can't call such a man a patriotic nationalist. Or in Uganda, Obote, behaving like an ape, copying what Nyerere was doing in 1967, declared the Common Man's Charter and abolished in 1967 Constitution, abolished the kingdoms. Why? Because he told us republicanism is the only form of democracy. He wasn't aware that there was democracy in the United Kingdom, which had a kingdom, and in Japan, which had an emperor. These were them, but I can't call Obote a patriotic nationalist. He was a dictator, just like Museveni. Anyway, the only patriotic nationalist among the founding fathers I know is Nelson Mandela. He was in power for 5 years, refused to continue after 5 years, retired, and died in dignity. So these are the type of all I've mentioned, there was only one man, Nelson Mandela, whom I can admire and say he was a patriotic nationalist, not the others. The others were dictators, so they don't deserve that title of patriotic nationalist. So I'm just slightly disagreeing with my fellow panelist. And I think you can all understand. I've given the reasons why. So that's it. When it comes to foreign imperialism, this language, Dani Nabudere, Mahamud Mamdani, by the way, Mamdani published a book. He was at Harvard when I was there, and the book is supposed to be about politics, the formation of politics in Uganda. Basically was just articulating the principles of communism as the foundation of national unity in Uganda in this particular case. So my objection here is that we had, with the one exception of Nelson Mandela, dictators, not patriotic nationalists. So when the socialists, Nyerere, Nkrumah, Nabdere, Mamdani, Mahamud Mamdani, they condemned Western imperialism with all these were the most dangerous Western imperialists. When you look at Africa today, who is the greatest imperialist? China. China is the biggest imperialist in Africa today. I will rest my case there.
Thank you so much for that. And if Professor Lugemwa would like to add a little bit to the conversation, please feel free to.
Very briefly, curriculum development, what we want. By the way, Makerere has got a Department of Geology and Petroleum Studies, but we need to go back and see exactly what our people want. We have a lot of minerals. We have a lot of agriculture, like in Uganda. There has to be a system of value addition, supporting medium scale industries. Yeah, that's how we are going to develop. NRM, Museveni and his government, they talk about value addition, but as senior Remegius Kintu pointed out, at one point we were using cotton to make fabric in Uganda. Now there are no industries, 100% goes out. So going forward, in terms of education, definitely we have to look at the curriculum and what we want our citizens to learn so that they can become job creators instead of job seekers.
In terms of the conversation that has been we have been having, especially I find this very interesting in Africa's sake when we start to discuss where Africa is headed and how distorted even our history is, how we all receive our history, how we understand it, and how we push it forward. Because to many, some are heroes and others are villains. To many, Mandela is a villain. To others, Nkrumah is a hero. Then to many, Nkrumah is a villain, and then to others, Nelson Mandela is a hero. And I guess my suggestion is, how can we start to redefine this historical point in times to our benefit other than to our demise? Because even when it comes down to ideologies such as socialism and communism, capitalism is on our necks as a globe, especially the African continent. We're living in a capitalistic empire, whether we like it or not. And that has seen to it that we remain impoverished and we become poorer. So, what is the solution for us going forward economically? I guess these are questions we can all think about and come back and redefine ideas such as socialism and communism or any other economic system in ways that it benefits us. Because we cannot continue to be stuck in history like this. We cannot continue drawing around the circles around ourselves on how we're defining our histories. Let us admit that. I think this is my favorite quote of all time. This came from Thomas Sankara. He says, "We're Africans." He said this at the UN. "We Africans have accepted our history, both the positives and the negatives. Until we move past that, we're going to remain within the cyclical nature of this empire. And we're going to get extorted. We're going to perish by the barrel of the gun. And we're still not going to have industries to even make a single bullet." So, with that being said, I would like to invite all our guests one by one. First of all, I want to start with I'm very grateful that we all could be in a room and visibly be here together at this point in time uh, with all the achievements that each one of you has even made before was even a thought of conception and contributed towards Uganda and the future Uganda that is to come, because you have already had an effect of the Uganda which is to come. And you've already done the foundation and the work towards that. So I'm grateful and humbled to even be here and voice my opinion amongst all of you, but also take from your experiences, not only myself, but also members in the audience, and for this to also be within this phase of time. So I'm humbled, I'm grateful that we've all been able to come here today, agree and disagree on certain issues, but also hopefully this is a gateway to different things that we can pick up and take on, because we are still in the same, we're still we're still dealing with everything not the same way, but imperialism has definitely heightened and changed everything, and we need to save ourselves sooner or later, but we need our elders more than anything. There's a lot of things I've learned on here that I didn't know were even the case. A lot of history that I've learned on here that I cannot find in a history book. A lot of books that especially because I spend most of my time with Senior Shintu, that Senior Shintu brings up, and those books are not in publication anymore. So we need our elders not only to help us as a nation, but to help the systems and structures that are to come to complement that. So I'm humbled, I'm honored, and hopefully this opens up to more conversations amongst each one of you with different youth organizations that would come up, or with different organizations that are going to be, of course, channeled towards federacy for Ugandans, especially indigenous backed federacy. So at this point in time, sorry for my rant, I would like to invite each one of you to have your closing statement, and I would like to start with Professor Lugemwa, please.
Thank you very much, Desire Nakauka, for hosting this panel. You've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much, the listeners, for the privilege of your time. We've talked about an all-inclusive system of governance. It starts with some of the things that are quite important. The land tenure system which plays a very big part of the economy in a capitalistic country if we want free enterprise. So that can be achieved through a federal system of governance. The world's worst corrupt military dictator, Yoweri Museveni, has completely run out of ideas. Apart from muzzling the opposition, torturing people, violating human rights, he has been in power for 36 years, and all we see is ruin. He likes to collect taxes, by the way. He's a tax collector. Wherever he sees an opportunity, it's collect, collect, collect. He collects enough money to compromise and neutralize his opposition. He claims total ownership of the land, Uganda, its resources, its laws, and now he's trying to determine Uganda's future. In terms of running out of ideas, he is now proposing to do some barter trade with Cuba, something he proposed in 1986 and didn't work. So he's going back to it. He has had all these schemes, regional tire, decentralization, charter, in terms of the economy, Bonabagagawale, Ntandikwa, now parish development model, all those useless schemes. We need to go back to the drawing board and take care of our country. Uganda is bleeding. Uganda is bleeding. There are very many visible and invisible wounds, and the healing must start. That healing will start if we focus on regime change. You are more powerful than you think, each one of you. If we focus, if we stay focused, and we consistently work to get rid of this regime, it will happen. And, ladies and gentlemen, let's be bold. Let's be bold and demand, craft an all-inclusive system of governance in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for being here with us today, for interacting and for contributing. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Musoke to come and also give his closing statement.
Thanks very much. I thank the questioners. Your questions have opened my eyes, and I'll look at the same issues from now on in a different way. And I hope that means providing a better, more effective solution to our problems. I thank my fellow panelists. I've known both of you for a long time. You have not changed in your character. In fact, you have become much braver than we were a long time ago, a few decades ago. And that, to me, is satisfying to know that there are people who have principles and who can stand on their feet and express themselves clearly, frankly, and also, even more importantly, honestly, which doesn't happen for politicians. Of course, you are not yet politicians because you don't have any political power. But lastly, I want to thank the moderator. Your gentle voice, your way of expanding and on these questions, and softening their tone has definitely helped me to answer the questions. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, I would like to invite Senior Kintu to give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Desire, for hosting this wonderful panel of these gentlemen who have contributed greatly to our expansion of knowledge with respect to our country. I thank all the audience who have been listening to us and watching us. I thank you for your attention and putting up with our long and elaborate explanation of things, some of which you may already be familiar with, or if you are not, I hope you've learned something new. I want to encourage you all to rediscover your identity as Ugandans. There are some people who think that nobody owns land anywhere, but I want to tell you, we Ugandans own the land in Uganda. If you are in Toro, that land belongs to the Toro people. If we are in Busoga, that land belongs to the Basoga. And if we are in Buganda, that land belongs to Baganda. Period. It is not for sale. It is not for anybody to come and start grazing his cows on it as he wishes and kick our banana plantations away or destroy our graves of our ancestors as they have done recently in many parts of our country. So don't be fooled by that propaganda that nobody owns land anywhere on this planet. Well, if you are a nomad and you don't belong to any particular geographic location, that's your problem. But that's not a Uganda problem. So I ask my fellow Ugandans to stand up and defend your rightful ownership of that geographic location called Uganda. And also I urge you to think of establishing a federal system of government whereby we can maintain our cultures, our traditions, and raise our children and grandchildren in peace and prosperity without fear of any intruders or invaders coming at night to usurp our land. When we do that, I think one day we shall sit down and enjoy the glorious days of saying Alleluia or Allah Akbar. God is great. We are now owners of our land. Thank you very much.
And as Senior Chintu is our last panelist, I would also take this opportunity to say thanks, of course, to the Most High for making sure that we could have come here and done this today. And as you can see on the screen, there is, at this point, when Museveni comes out and speaks, do not expect to hear the truth. We should be learned enough and knowledgeable enough to know that Museveni is never going to tell you the truth. Same thing as your oppressor will not give you the keys to your own liberation. Museveni will not come and report the truth. Museveni will not make sure that you can free yourself, but will continue with the same agenda, which is propaganda meant to confuse, to delude, and to derail not only your mental stability, but also the capacity of you to mentally get it together to liberate yourselves. Because the strongest way that the oppressor can weaken any forms of repression, any forms of resistance, is by making sure that you cannot fully use your mind to come out with ways to liberate yourself. With that being said, I'd like to thank the Lord for making sure that we have, or the Most High, to make sure that we have been safeguarded. We have been able to actually be here today as all the members of my panel and myself to bring the show to you. I'd like to thank, of course, our producer and the UNN team. We take for granted that we're still here and we still continue to do these shows. A lot has happened over time, and a lot has happened to our momentum as we look to overturn this regime. But I'm given hope the fact that we still do come here. The beacon of light is still shining. This regime can go, and we are still able, as Ugandan people, not as political parties, not as but as organized Ugandan people, can come together and overturn this regime to replace it with something that works for us and will return what was the first words that were uttered when we wanted this change. Bring power back to the people, reinstate us back, give us that sovereignty, that dignity that we need, not only need, but that is owed to us. It is within us. It is our responsibility to return dignity, because no one else is going to bring it back to us. And then look forward to a future where we can be dignified, and not only dignified, but have power. Power is the most important part of all of this. We don't need anything else, but the power needs to be restored to us. Because with power, we can control the land, we can control the socioeconomics. We need power. We don't need riches, we don't need money, we need power. This was a quote was also said by, of course, Kwame Ture. We don't need all those things. All we need is power, because with power we can start to affect the changes that we need. And in our case, we need federacy, so that each state has the power. In order, the power and the right to self-determination is within our hands. So we should be able to attain this power. I'd like to thank you, and until next Sunday, thank you for attending. Thank you for always being in attendance. Until next Sunday, akume atakumira mpera.
Oyo omukyala gw'olengera mu t-shirt eya white okumpi ne Kabaka ye mukyala ow'omukulu Kiza Besije Winnie Byanyima, omulengera bulungi nnyo, abuuziza ku Kabaka era n'abuuza ku Nnabagereka wa Buganda. Ndowooza omulengera bulungi nnyo ye
Uganda. Thank you.